yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
What's up, boss? You believe that? Hold on. Oh, no. Do you believe in that? Huh? Oh, no. Ah! Oh, no. Come on. Do you believe?
All right, good folks. It's late night, and I'm just doing this because I got just something to get off my chest. Okay, because it was sent to me today in email, and it's Professor Black Truth saying is MRAs want to claim credit for the 2024 Black voter revolt. Okay. Now, yeah, they couldn't wait. Okay, they couldn't wait. But I said if you wanna come up, AB, and code, basically ride shotgun, just drop a 1. Okay, because I actually want to respond to this. I think I might even, if I feel like it, I will respond to something Antonio Morse at Tone Talk said about where are the black Trump supporters at. Okay, and how they're taught about how low information this space is, and how we shouldn't claim credit for something they've been doing for a while, which is bullshit. Okay, which is why I don't follow them. It's not even the Clash of the Titans. If they were Titans, then it wouldn't be this bad. Okay. The thing is they had a whole bunch of stuff to do. That's like I didn't do the show earlier, and then I had to help my grandson with homework. And then when I got back, I was going to do a show right around 5 o'clock my time. But Charles was on, AB was on, and Mr. Z was on, so I let them have it. But they finished early, so I said, okay, let me go ahead and get this in while it's still fresh in my mind, instead of doing a rant. I still might do a rant. Graduated my bachelor's computer science on election day, 1 degree down, 4 more to go. You should have done it the right way the first time, son. Jules, what's going on? Nothing better than a well-timed nap. I really didn't have a nap. The thing is that I didn't do a show, and I wasn't really on other people's show, so I'm not tired because people don't realize it, man. You do this enough over a longer period of time, the week you get tired, especially somebody my age. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get this started. What you doing up here at MGTOW Universe? Saying normally your lane. Anyhow, let's blow this up. Okay, Professor Black Truth, we're using this video, so give him a like. Not that he needs it, because he's got 141K subscribers, and he normally gets pretty good views. But give him a like anyway, okay? Since I'm using this video, even though I am disagreeing with him, okay? Normally I like Professor Black Truth, but I'm getting, I'm low-key getting tired of these MFers, man, throwing low-key shots at us. Because for the most part, we leave them alone. For the most part, that branch, like Professor Black Truth and Jason Black and those kind of folks, we kind of leave them alone, okay? They do good, decent work, so we kind of don't speak on them. We don't bring up their videos. We do none of that kind of stuff. In fact, we only kind of play their videos to get to give them praise, okay? But I'm getting tired of them low-key throwing shots at us, okay? If you want to keep your female base, you don't have to throw shots at us. Just do your work. What's up, Dr. T? I got to call you, Dr. T. So I should have called you today since I didn't have a show, but all this crap got mixed up. The thing is, sometimes you got to respond, because this was actually sent to me in an email, and I was asking my think tank, man, should I respond to this? And they said, yeah, go ahead, okay? Because they're mad because we're getting shine, okay? See, they didn't mention them, okay? Like Joy Reid and other folks didn't mention them, but they mentioned the Black Manosphere, okay? So they're not getting attention than we are, which I think low-key they're getting pissed off about it, because you see Roly Poly and you see Joy Reid, the other people mentioning the Black Manosphere, and they're getting tired of it, because they want the credit for doing this. But the thing is, they're not doing the work. Okay, we do too much work. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get started. Let me go drop the link in case y'all want to come, in case Dr. T or AB wants to come up, man, and ride shotgun. But I'm gonna respond to this. So we're just gonna respond to this, do a response video of this about Professor Black Truth. I will speed him up just a tad, even though he doesn't really talk slow. I'll speed him up just a tad. It's like a 16-minute video. So let's go ahead and get started.
Election, there's been two groups of black folks. The ones who are boldly proclaiming a new normal that the black vote has to be vied for and catered to just like everyone else, and the cowardly house Negroes who live only to keep massa happy.
Now basically, we said that back in 2020, okay?
Pretty much.
We've been said that. We said that as black males in 2020. We have been saying that since 2016, okay? So this is not new to us. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Now the cowardly black folks, they still vote the same party line. You already know why that should be, why it's done, okay? In fact, some of the people that you vie for that are in your, that are your listeners, mostly female, are doing the same shit. But you won't go in on the females. Why is that? Inquiring minds, right?
Yeah.
And are only too terrified at the prospect of massa blaming them for Kamami's defeat. I think it's pretty obvious which camp you land in if you listen to me regularly. But the point is, the defeat of Kamala Harris is not a matter of black people who decided to vote for Trump. Those numbers are notable, but they're not the reason that she got taken down. The real reason she lost is that this election mirrored 2016. Black voters in those precious swing states stayed home. In fact,
it's always black voters. Black voters have something to do with it, but not as much as you think, okay? I mean, but anyway, this is the same rhetoric.
A lot of black voters voted for the couch, but they don't want to talk about that.
Well, a lot of he's saying a lot of black voters in swing states stayed home, okay? But that's not the real reason.
In fact, all of them stayed home from the looks of things. The white media spent so much time pouring endless concrete into the foundation of lies that Kamala Harris was on a roll, that Kamala Harris was a political rock star, that this woman had unbelievable momentum behind her. She just was going up and up and up and up and up in the polls. And I told you that was all a pack of lies. It couldn't.
Yeah. Where'd you hear it from? Okay, we said that the polls were wrong, a pack of lies, way back when. Okay, way back, even before they started.
Possibly be true, and just like everything else the white media says, it wasn't. Nonetheless, that hasn't stopped the white media and a number of other bad actors from attempting a furious rewriting of the history books in the wake of her historic defeat. It's because everyone knows that once you acknowledge the reality that the black vote is the swing vote, then you also have to talk about meeting our demands. And in the current political dynamic, we've established that means reparations. Everybody has eaten.
Well, you have established that it's reparations, which you had a chance to do that back in 2018. Okay, the FBAs had a big falling out with the ADOS folks and split the community, which allowed the Democrats to actually slip through the knot. Okay, but you won't talk about that, will you?
Off of our suffering, and that being the case, you got a lot of folks, many of them who are not classified as white, who don't like the idea of real justice, especially for black people. They don't like that at all. They prefer an unpleasant lie to a terrifying truth. So they claim that, it must have been those uncommitted Muslim voters who either... No,
it's actually the Latinos. It wasn't uncommitted Muslim voters. Even though the Muslim voters, if you know what it was in a swing state called Michigan, okay? Michigan and Wisconsin, the uncommitted Muslim voters did have an effect, okay?
Stayed home or voted for the orange man. They must be to blame, or at least some contingent of it. But everybody knows it's the black vote. More of them have actually been saying that recently, at least in the last 24 to 48 hours. So what that tells me is there's probably some sort of half-brained maneuver underway where the Democrats are going to try to get their mojo back in time for the 2026 midterms because they've lost control of both houses of Congress. It's been made official today. The GOP retains control of the House of Representatives, just like I told you on election night. They weren't going to lose it, and indeed they didn't. Now, the reason that I began this morning's briefing with that is because people are trying to jump on our political claim, and that extends to far more than the tiny fringe elements whose votes are inconsequential, but who want to claim credit for what we've done anyway. You've heard me quote something that was said by Your World, that America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists. And right now we're seeing the opportunist, as usual, trying to shoehorn...
Basically, that was said by Claude Anderson back in 1989, okay? Claude Anderson said that back 30 years ago, okay? So Your World, or wherever Your World is, okay?
Harvey, I know who he is.
Harvey Superboy. That shit was said back in the 70s, okay? And that shit was also said by Claude Anderson back in the 90s. So you guys repeating something and not attributing it to the people that said it makes you just as bad, okay? Because you're mad because somebody's trying to take your shine.
themselves into what is our story. Same way we saw them doing it with hip hop. All these folks who weren't even in the US at the time claim that they created something that most of them didn't even know existed. Now, when it comes to the 2024 election, there's also other elements who have been trying to find a way to use what we've done for their own personal benefit. In this case, I'm speaking specifically about the so-called men's rights activists.
And basically, they're talking about the Manosphere, okay? He's talking about the MRAs were, they started out as MRAs back 15 years ago, okay? But he's talking about the black manosphere. That's what he's trying to say. But he won't use us directly. You know, that's why I don't like people that don't name names.
You probably heard me mention them a few times over the last 15 years, and the reason why is I don't have anything to do with these guys. Though I've noticed that there are some black men who have chosen to. Let me tell you something. Let's get this straight right off the bat. Whatever problems that you have in America as a black person, it's not because of any sort of gender issue.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. We have a whole network, okay? You telling us that it's no gender issues bullshit. Tell your women that.
It's not because of misogyny if you're a black woman, and it's not because of so-called misandry if you're a
Where'd you get that word from, huh? Oh, I guess you don't listen to us, huh?
black man.
Bullshit.
The issues that you have as a black person in this country are because of your race, not because of your gender, not because of your class.
Your gender, class, and race are all intertwined. Come on, man. Stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit. Get off your soapbox. So you're Professor Black Truth. You're not this dumb, okay?
Not because of your educational level, not because of your religion, it's because of your race, full stop. Now, you got a lot of black folks who it's hard to carry the weight of being black, and that's understandable. But they think that they're going to escape blackness by identifying themselves primarily by their gender or their sexual orientation.
Talk to your women. Talk to your women, okay? Talk to your women.
They're the one doing that.
Yeah, they're the one doing that. But the thing is, you can't say it's the women is because the vast majority of your supporters are who? Female. Stop pandering.
Or what have you. This is self-delusion, and it doesn't work. These so-called men's rights activists, they're only interested in themselves. So when they say men's rights, these guys are only talking about white men. They're certainly not talking about black ones.
Basically, men's rights, okay? Now, the men's rights activists taught about white men. They actually had an effect on white men, okay? Okay, they actually had a big effect on white men, and also white women too. So stop the bullshit. They did, okay? You actually, I think it was the Black Authority said Kamala has a man problem, okay? But y'all didn't go after the white men. You guys try to point out black men. Basically, white men was what 65% voted for Trump.
Yep. It was damn near 60. Yeah. I think it was.
So in other words, yeah. So the white manosphere had an effect on white men. Okay. So the MRAs don't listen to you. Okay, they don't listen to you. Trust and believe, they don't listen to you.
They hate Kamala Harris, but not because she did anything to them. She spent her entire life kowtowing to and bowing to white power. They hate her because there's this belligerent white nationalism that's been on the march for several years now and has become highly active the last few years in particular.
That's bullshit.
And it depends on phony white victimhood to justify its egregious and often violent behavior. These guys have made it their entire calling card that they just mindlessly attack anything that's not a straight white male.
It's bullshit.
And even if you are a straight white male, you got to believe precisely the same thing they do, or you're the enemy too. They make a lot of noise, these white MRAs, about how they think the politicians are ignoring their issues. But apparently they're so myopic they don't see that most of the politicians they're whining about are fellow white males like themselves. Now, when the Democrats began openly attacking black men as being sexist during this year's election, you had a bunch of these angry white male MRAs from Fox News to Reddit who became jealous of this. Why? Because they recognized that black men were getting the spotlight put on them specifically. And as far as these guys are concerned, the accusation of being sexist to them, that's a platform. That happens to be a soapbox for them to stand on. Black men were not trying to use it for that at all. We're not interested in having a war of words with anyone. But what they didn't like was the fact that what we had done was loud enough to be noticed, something they failed to do completely.
Oh, we. Okay, now it's we. Okay, now it's we.
Completely. You never hear about these guys being mentioned in political campaigns at all, mainly because, as I mentioned before, it's kind of difficult for white males to claim that they're politically shut out when most of the country's politicians are white males. But the black voter revolt that black men kicked off, and which black women have also been key to the success of.
Was it black men kicked up? But say our name, the black, because we are the so-called the black manosphere. Okay, You won't say our names though, will you?
You had these individuals who didn't like the fact that black people together were loud enough to be noticed. Kamala Harris herself had to admit it and forced Barack Obama and his wife to have to come out of hiding and attack us as well. The Harris campaign didn't say that they had a Muslim voter problem. They already know that there's not enough of them to make a hair's bit of difference in the election. And they didn't say that they had a white male voter problem either. Didn't matter if you were a white male with a high education or none at all, which is what the white media talks about, but Kamala Harris wasn't. And
they just wouldn't say it, even though they did have a white male problem.
The reason that they weren't talking about the white male problem was because the white males who were going to vote for Trump, they were going to vote for him regardless because of what they feel he represented to them and validated them. Now, you got certain of these MRAs who acknowledge that black men became front page news for the black voter movement that we kicked off. But these white...
that we kicked off. Now, who's claiming credit for that? I don't remember. I don't remember them coming over here and kowtowing and tipping the hat to the black male agenda, or the black male independence, or having Dr. T or even Dr. Neal up on their shows, or even using their videos. Did they? But now all of a sudden it's we. That's like Dr. T said, the goddamn flat blackness. It wasn't we. You guys were laughing at us when we first did that shit. We actually come up with the ice cube effect. Y'all were laughing at us.
MRAs are only mentioning black men as a cheap way to get some quickie attention for their own agenda, a rhetorical bait and switch. But what they're talking about has nothing to do with men in general, but only them. With the orange man set to retake office in a couple of months, you would think that the MRA types would be only too happy that he's going to be back in the White House and that they would be celebrating because their concerns are going to go from merely being front and center to now being fronter and centerer. But instead, they're whining that Congress isn't instituting measures specifically for them. These guys always point to things like child custody and alimony as being what they're so concerned about.
Yes, because that is what they're concerned about, okay? Same thing with black men, is what they're concerned about.
But that's only the thin end of the wedge. If you've ever had the misfortune of going down one of their rabbit holes like I did this week, then you already know that when it comes to these MRAs and so-called red pill types, they use the alleged MRA rhetoric about fathers' rights as nothing more than a clumsy, very clumsy front for the same old white supremacist dogma.
And so what about the white? Who's driving?
Not me.
That's Troy. Okay, you can come. You can unmute when you want to talk. Okay, but you got a lot of noise.
After they get through with their usual perfunctory and insincere chatter about child custody and alimony, when they talk about what really matters to them, you see that 99% of their talk has to do basically with thinly veiled racialist.
No, it doesn't. Okay, now if you over in the corner, are there white supremacists in the white manosphere? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's not the majority of MRAs, okay? That's not even the majority of MGTOWs. Okay? And this particular election was not a race, it had nothing to do with race, okay? Zero. I can say zero to do with race.
Nonsense. These guys are nothing more than the male equivalent of the white.
What?
I would argue that maybe not 0% to do with race. There is a percentage that had to do with race, but
like what? What part of it had to do with race?
Well, for the most part, it's they don't want their women just having kids with Chad and Brad and all that kind of stuff. They don't like that.
They don't like it. What did it have to do with the election, though?
Well, for the election, they don't want their kids. They don't want their women having kids with Chad and Brad.
What does it? What does that have? What does that have to do with the election, though?
Well, with the election, what I'm trying to say is what they're voting for is they think that just voting for Trump is gonna stop the big bad black dudes from having kids with their women.
No, it don't. No,
it don't. Yeah, BJS, I want to jump in here.
Oh no, wait. Where did you? Okay. I mean, there's always gonna be a fringe, okay?
Yeah.
There's always going to be a fringe, okay? But that had, what is it, 0.001% of what to do with this election?
Yeah, why would he need to worry about Nick Fuentes?
Nick Fuentes doesn't even care about that.
Well, I'm not just talking about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, just look, because I'm in these groups, and I'm seeing this shit, and I'm arguing against it because they're sitting there and
okay.
No, okay. Now wrap it up and make it concise and make it quick, because I don't want to do a whole fucking hour on this, because the 95.99% of this election had nothing to do with race.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ed definitely could I'm not trying to put Ed on the spot or nothing, but they say
you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say, so
well,
I'm just letting you know, because that's kind of why I want to come up here.
Well, Ed, it's like
No, no, real quick, I want you to prove that a significant portion of this race had to do with race. Prove it to me.
I'm just saying, like they're saying shit like the coal
I
shortage.
know what they're saying, but what? Okay, that was basically even abortion, because abortion was told to me that was going to be a main factor, wasn't even in the top five. Okay, so how is race
Hmm.
going to be even close to that? Because Biden was not going to win this election. So basically, Biden was encouraging Jamal to actually have babies with Karen and whatever other chick's name, and Cindy. Is that what you're saying?
So I might have came into this conversation late, so I apologize if I
No,
Well,
did.
you
this is
came in
a
right on time. But the
Don't make
thing
us.
is,
Okay.
you're the opposite of him. This shit had nothing to do
I'm
with
kind of
race.
confused.
No, you're not confused. What I'm asking you is where in this election did this have to do with race? Because the first time Trump got elected had nothing to do with race.
Sure didn't.
Yeah, I mean, like, so here's the thing. Like, I see Professor Black Truth's video, and this is one of those things where, like, Andre, like, real talk, you have to. One thing BGS says is, he says, don't necessarily believe him, read it for yourself. Which is why when people have a difference of
Yep.
opinion, he usually wants to know what you have, what you've read, what you've seen. What you're doing is you're bringing a
Hmm.
video from Professor Black Truth. Now, I listen to Professor Black Truth, but
Mm-hmm.
the thing that you have to
I
understand,
do too.
Andre, is Professor Black Truth has a certain mission.
Mm-hmm.
And his
Hmm.
mission is a pro, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a pro-black mission, and there are certain things that he's going to highlight in pertaining to this. So he does a video usually once a year, usually about 2 or 3 times for the females because it's needed, usually about once for the men because it's not as needed, where this is a kind of don't fall for the quote unquote man's rights white red pill thing, because you'll have a lot of folks that they'll be like, well, it's just if black men and white men just work together, everything will be okay. And you get people there on his page saying, why don't you do that? It's really about gender, and he doesn't agree with that. Now, we understand that there's certain things that cross streams. However, there's a reason the black manosphere exists. However, you're kind of making it like this is just some white supremacist takeover with Trump, and it's not that, and that's kind of the issue. You're getting confused with that, and then you're using this video as an example when he puts those kind of videos out all the time, usually about once a quarter for the females because they need it
Yeah.
more because of intersectionality. But the men, he usually will do that once a year. And what he's talking about is really just telling Negroes to not let off the ball when it comes to what we need is black men, black people in particular,
Yeah.
because you want to belong to the man's rights club. Sure, there's things that we all agree on. We need to agree on custody of our kids and stuff like that. So that's kind of what you're bringing up. But the problem is you suffer from an information overload syndrome, and I know that because I have that problem in other fields. And so you bring this up to BGS to see what he thinks about. And unfortunately, Andre, a lot of this stuff is half baked that you bring up. You can tell you are asking BGS to tell you what to think about something. And this is
Uh,
the class for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me hold on. Let me ask you this, Andre. As far as, because you mentioned they don't want Karen and Becky to have babies with Jamal, right? Okay. Correct.
yeah,
Correct. Okay.
I did
Okay.
mention that.
Who is even a bigger proponent of keeping Jamal from having babies with Becky and Karen?
Who's the biggest
Yeah. Who's even the biggest
proponent?
proponent of that?
Bigger than white man.
Bigger than white men.
I mean, I would guess Keisha, but I could be
Keisha,
wrong.
Keisha, Keisha does not want to. Hold on, let me play it. See, for the Negroes in the back, man. I play. That's why I don't understand, man. You stay over here
Yeah,
all
I
the
mean
time and y'all don't learn.
yeah, it's not a bad video, but I listened to about half of it. But the thing is, it's just a reminder. And yeah, he Professor Black Truth is not a red pill. He's not a manosphere guy. He's a pro
Yeah. He's
black
not.
guy, and he doesn't like go out of his way to throw manosphere people under the bus. But that's not what he highlights, and that's why he brings up the man's right movement, because he's dating himself. And so what happens is a lot of people, this is the same thing when I talk about folks run into the Republican Party thinking they're just going to solve every problem and not understanding about policy and how you really need to leverage both parties. I'm like, people can be a Republican, but what I'm saying is people have this thing, because I was talking to Ezra about that, how they fall in this conservative ideology that ends up, well, the problem is only black people do crime and shit like that. They start getting into that rhetoric. So, because y'all fall into these little clubs. And yeah.
Listen to this, man. This is fucking 1970. Okay, I played this before. Okay, hold on. Let me play this. It won't take about less than a minute. Okay.
I think the society, white supremacy, has been concerned mostly with the black man, white woman. So I think that's the reverse of that. The white man, the black woman, also is a subject. There's no question, it seems to me, that black women, from what I can see, all over, very, very upset and threatened by the growing relationships between black men and white women, and that they oppose it. Now, from the black man's standpoint, I hear a lot of brothers say over and over again that first it was a white man who told them they couldn't go out with white women. Now it's mainly the black woman who's telling them that they can't go out with white women, so that they still feel oppressed. Now, for whatever that's worth, I think that's an important point psychologically for the black man, because is the black woman in this, is she more concerned with her control over black men, see, or is she concerned with white supremacy and interracial relationships in general? Because
see, that's 1970. Okay, that's over 50 years ago. Okay,
and I don't even have anything to do with his video. Like that's the thing. It's like, I don't know why you like white men. It's not just white men. Every man doesn't want black their women dealing with black men for a variety of reasons. Number one, we are a better deal as far as like where these women are oriented, and the other is sexual.
Even though this is way off to where I was at. So basically, that's why I asked you, and you didn't prove it. Okay. That this had a significant reason, race played a significant portion in his vote. It didn't. Okay.
Yeah, and so is that what I didn't hear the beginning.
That's what it was, and that's why I said it did have a factor in. I said, what percentage was it? Okay, and you can't tell me because I'm in these rooms. Okay, you in these rooms with whites in a small club called white supremacists or basically what they call the far right. Okay, you can hear anything in those rooms. Anything, but the thing is, that's not the vast majority of people. You got 300 million people in this goddamn country, right? And that's a tiny portion of it. And if you listen to what they say, that is not the biggest factor that they voted for Trump on. Not even close.
No, I mean, Trump is the type of guy that he's like, at the end of the day, if you can't get white women, black men are not your problem. Black men are not the reason why you can't get a white chick.
They're not even dating the goddamn bitches for a reason. Okay.
Yeah, Trump wouldn't. Trump doesn't even buy it. Trump. I remember Trump. All his women are Eastern European. I mean, look at JD Vance. I mean, these. I'm not saying that they obviously want white children, but at the same time, what's his name? Richard Cooper.
Yeah,
Richard. They're more in line with that. Was like, look, if you're a loser, look. Who else was the what's his name? He's the real estate guy, white real estate guy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I'm blanking on his name. He even said. He said. He said with
Larry.
No, y'all know what I'm talking about. He's a marketer, sales, but also real estate money. You know what I'm talking about. My point is, he said, you're white in America. If you can't make it happen, you're like, he said, he put the white people on blast. He said, outside of like Jewish people, if you can't make it happen, you're trash.
It's your fault because there's nothing holding you back.
Yeah, he said he literally said it like you're trash. He said and that's where I kind of got that you're not white and right from. That's a nicer way.
Let me finish the video, okay? Because we got derailed. That's what I'm saying is, I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood. Andre, Andre, I will bring everybody down and I will roast you. Okay, is that what you want? Is that what you want?
No.
Because I'm not in the goddamn mood. Okay, you can tell that, right? Okay, now I'm getting ready to take off my belt. Is that what you want?
Or what we can do is I can put on my rare social worker cap, and if you really want to get this off on my channel, I'll go ahead and hear you out.
I mean, the thing is that you interrupted me, and I asked you a pointed question, and you want to take like 40 minutes to make your point. Okay, Motherfucker, I went to white schools, man. I was right in the middle of being busted into white folks. I've been around white chicks. I've been around dudes that don't like you messing with the goddamn women. Okay, they still don't. Okay, I've been around Mexicans that don't want you messing with the goddamn women. They still don't. Okay, that has nothing to do with this election. Okay, you're acting like I don't know shit. Okay, I have motherfuckers hung. Okay, behind this shit. My goddamn folks from the goddamn deep south. Okay, where you get hung for looking at a white bitch. Okay?
Yeah, white men don't need an election to handle that.
They handle
don't.
that shit. They don't.
Never did.
They never did.
They don't need They don't need a president to. They don't. That shit wasn't even with Obama. I mean, they're not. They didn't look at Obama and say, "Oh, well, there be more white." Like it's. Come on.
And fucking Republicans are not gonna stop school integration because that's your goddamn problem. Okay, they're not gonna stop that shit. And they're gonna. But they don't. At this point, the Republicans don't care who Becky has the baby by. So,
yeah.
So basically, putting Trump in office is not gonna stop that shit. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, what policy?
Go ahead, real quick.
I'm curious as to what policy. I mean, I get the white baby policy or the baby policy.
He doesn't know, man. So
yeah,
you can answer that. Let me finish the goddamn video first, and y'all can ask all them goddamn questions after, because I don't want to take an hour on a side rabbit hole. Okay, because this goddamn side rabbit hole. Okay.
Continue.
It's not playing. You don't have it up.
That's why you on 4chan, okay? Get off the fucking 4chan.
No, it's really low for some odd reason.
It's not loaded.
It's really low. What?
It's not loaded.
The video. Oh, okay, it's not loaded. Okay.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, hold on. Oh, because I didn't share it again.
I can hear it. I can hear it a little bit. But
okay, you're hearing off of my mic.
Yeah.
Okay. And BGS, you can't put no shade on 4chan.
Yeah, because
okay.
I want to say this one thing before this is played, and I'll stop. Andre, one thing you got to do, y'all got to understand, is as content creators, like the way Professor Black Truth is a grown ass man and he's mature, but a lot of people will assess this and see this as talking shit. And a lot of y'all got to stop like bringing stuff to people thinking we going to bring it up like for a reality show. Some of y'all intend to do that. Some of y'all don't. But it's like y'all are not thinking about how this stuff can be perceived when people speak on it. Now, normally we don't care. But at the same time, like stuff like this creates more strife than it solves.
I know we've been talking about this goddamn shit for a year. When did you ever bring up Becky and Jamal getting together having babies as a election point? When was the last time?
It's never been brought up.
He never brought it up.
Yeah, so I mean, I get it.
Come on.
Okay, let's play the video.
He doesn't know what. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this lovingly. You don't know what the fuck you are talking about, okay? Lovingly, okay?
That was kind of an off.
Oh, come on, man. Okay.
You haven't even heard it, because you're really pissing me off right now, okay? You need to go smoke some weed and calm your ass down, okay? Because you're throwing the whole goddamn thing off. I don't give a shit about no fucking redneck in no little corner talking about he don't like race mixing. That shit has been around for 100 years. It ain't going away, okay? Well, but for this goddamn election, it had no bearing, okay? There's not enough of them. Well, what was the main things that women, white men and white men and white women were talking about in this election? What were they talking about? The biggest thing, even over race, what was it? That's the most important thing in their mind.
I would think the economy.
The immigration was the biggest thing, right? Because that actually blew everything away. The economy became second, okay?
Immigration was like causing the issues for the economy.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Okay, let's continue.
Black men as a cheap way to get some quickie attention for their own agenda, a rhetorical bait and switch. But what they're talking about has nothing to do with men in general, but only them. With the orange man set to retake office in a couple of months, you would think that the MRA types would be only too happy that he's going to be back in the White House and that they would be celebrating because their concerns are going to go from merely being front and center to now being fronter and centerer. But instead, they're whining that Congress isn't instituting measures specifically for them. These guys always point to things like child custody and alimony as being what they're so concerned about.
It is, and they've been saying that MRAs, men's rights advocates, they've been saying it for 50 years, okay?
But that's only the thin end of the wedge. If you've ever had the misfortune of going down one of their rabbit holes like I did this week, then you already know that when it comes to these MRAs and so-called red pill types, they use the alleged MRA rhetoric about fathers' rights as nothing more than a clumsy, very clumsy front for the same old white supremacist dogma. After they get through with their usual perfunctory and insincere chatter about child custody and alimony, when they talk about what really matters to them, you see that 99% of their talk has to do basically with thinly veiled racialist nonsense. These guys are nothing more than the male equivalent of the white feminist. Same way the white feminists are only concerned with what they think is going to benefit them, that's what these MRA types are about.
That's called politics.
These guys claim to be all about men's rights, but all it takes is a few moments of listening to what they say, and you see that they spout all the same anti-black talking points that you find on 4chan, Reddit, or any other white media sewer. They complain about the government taking their tax dollars and using them in ways that they don't like, talking about people leeching off the system. They talk about welfare and food stamps and other social safety net programs. But they never seem to spend any time on the fact that white people are the primary beneficiaries of welfare and food stamps in the U.S., but these white MRA types use all the dog whistles and coded language they can to infer that it's black people who they're talking about. It's black people who are the ones breaking the country's back, living off the government.
Because they've been taught that by who? The politicians and the social and media. Okay.
And who the government is confiscating taxes to take care of. But even if white people were not the primary beneficiaries of social welfare, they're definitely the primary beneficiaries of corporate welfare, i.e. subsidies and other government money given to big corporations who don't even need it in many cases.
And they complain about that shit too, okay? They complain about that shit too. That was one of the major things they complained about. That is exactly why they want Donald Trump rather than Biden.
And who are the heads and founders of these corporations? Not black people. So be it social welfare or corporate welfare, the MRAs, if they were intellectually honest, wouldn't be talking about black people at all. And the amount of money that the government gives to corporate welfare is far greater than what it gives to social welfare. But that doesn't get talked about either. These so-called men's rights activists were nowhere to be found when black men are being raked over the coals by the system. Same way the so-called guns rights contingent were nowhere to be seen when Philando Castile was murdered. He didn't have a gun, but he did have a gun permit, but that didn't save his life. And they weren't outraged about it. They didn't make a cause celeb out of him. They were too busy looking for some white homeowner or business owner who killed a black person in quote-unquote self-defense that they could stick up for. As black people, especially in the current climate, we're supposed to be smarter than to get sucked into any gender-warring nonsense. And I want you to also...
And gender-warring nonsense, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. You're trying to get black men, especially black Manosphere, to get out of the gender war and join you in blaming, making it a race issue. Okay.
Yep.
There is a race issue. Okay. There's always been a race issue. We go back and forth about it all the time. But yes, at the end of the day, that's not what's important in the black manosphere. Okay. Not first. Okay. Your woman and your family is first. Race is second.
Understand it's not just people who are from the Muslim contingent or other sectors of the electorate who are trying to take credit for what it is that we did. A lot of people are trying to figure out how they can hang on our coattails, how they can hijack the conversation and shoehorn themselves into it. And in the process, they hope that they'll be able to just squeeze us out. It's our job to make sure that they don't. So when somebody comes along with some phony pretend sympathy and pretending as if, oh, we see what it is the black guys are talking about and we're in agreement. No, they're not.
Well, they are. If they're willing to, in agreement and help us with our cause and help us get our legislations through, so good. So what? Okay.
What you gonna do about it?
Because trust and believe, the black woman did the same thing with the goddamn feminists. Okay, you don't say anything about the goddamn intersectional feminists that run rampant through your goddamn.
To be fair, he says more than most. He usually the intersectional feminists going through how many of them are gay or dealing with white women. He usually calls the women out a lot more on this than the men. Like I said, he usually does this type of video once a year. With the women, he hits them once a quarter because they need it more. You know, basically turning the men on the women over the white feminists. So he does call it out. At the end of the day,
what I'm saying is, okay.
Are you talking about people in general?
I'm talking most of these black women that vote against the black boys and black male interests, right? Most of the women that withhold their kids. Most of the women that actually do false DNA testing, right? Okay, all that kind of shit that black men are actually concerned about and get hit with. You don't talk about the brothers on child support and how bad the child custody family courts actually hit black men. Okay, that's not a concern to him. That's a function of white supremacy, right?
My thing is, like I said, you know, he does more than most. Like I get what you're saying. Like Tariq
Mm-hmm.
and them don't,
Uh,
but Jason, like you. So you got Tariq, Jason, Professor Black Truth. Then you got people like this kind of under them. As far as people that are not kind of in the orbit, but not really.
yeah.
Those people, you're right. They don't talk about that at all. That is bullshit. Jason Tariq is like
Mm-hmm.
varying degrees to which they'll
Mm-hmm.
talk about it, but it's still on the, whether it's
So,
Tariq and the FBA case first.
have they ever mentioned the black male political agenda at all? Okay, on their shows, any of them?
Not the black male political agenda, but
Have
they
they have they mentioned black male independent political independence at
no,
all?
no, they don't.
Okay,
None of those three believe. Like
and
Jason probably will believe in that more than the other two. But here's the thing: Tariq Nasheed is basically using the FBA. Here's the thing, and I don't need to
yeah.
put my so I'm
Well,
gonna say
well, the FBA the FBA thing was a shit against Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks,
yes.
which split the black community and allowed the white folks to get off the hook. Okay, but they
And
don't
my
talk about that shit.
in my opinion, the purpose of it is that, but the other purpose of it is it gets Tariq out of the gender conversation because when he's in this is why he always blames non FBA women. Whenever he refers to black women, it's always
Hmm.
non FBA black women doing something
Yeah.
because this allows him to codify his audience because that was splitting his audience. That's why he does it. Now that's not why PBT does it, but that's why he does it on top of what you just said. Jason
Okay.
Black, it's a similar thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Professor Truth, it's on mission. That's what he's focused on.
Andre, if you piss me off one more goddamn time, man,
So
I'm gonna drop everybody that will go whole ham on you. Okay?
yeah, so the
I'm
thing
being
about
nice.
You can
yeah,
have on
so
me.
so
I want
so
to.
Andre, be quiet.
well, the
Please.
issue, the thing is, it's kind of you don't have to
All
do
right.
both. So I'm not gonna sit here and argue. I would never tell anybody in our space to go in his comment section and argue with him
No.
about
Right.
this. He's not gonna change his mind. It is
No.
what it is.
What,
And for the,
what I'm saying is this is a response because we hardly ever do a response to these cats. Okay. Very seldom we do a response to these cats. These cats are already low key throwing shots at us. Now you're trying to tell us that we need to give up the gender argument. Okay, that's what you're trying to tell the black man. Because that's who you're talking to. You're not talking to the white you bringing up the white MRAs as a side issue, but things you're actually trying to talk to us to try to get us to give up the gender issue. Okay, that's what he's trying to do.
so is every other pro black. Like I don't measure this. This is not the same as like when Jason Black literally used Pearl to try to blow up the space. This is a video designed for people that's constantly asking him questions to get him to speak on Manosphere shit. And outside of what he wants to speak on, he's not speaking on that.
What?
That's what this video is for. It's not because I can tell you, I listen to almost every last one of his videos, and
Mm,
there is not, Jason Black throws like veiled shots. Professor Black Truth doesn't. And if anything, for the most part, he checked. This is why people kind of get the thing where he thinks
yeah.
he's more manosphere because he checks the women a lot more and a lot harder.
Yeah.
He rarely brings up the
Yeah,
men, to be honest.
but the thing is, he's trying to tell us why we should be where we are. He's trying to tell us that we should give up our arguments and join the sisters against racism when the sisters will not help us correct the situation in our family. Okay,
And that,
does he ever bring that shit up?
yes.
He
I mean,
brings shit. So he brings up gender issues
I'll
as
get
far
you
as,
clips.
as far as family court.
I'll get you
So
clips.
he's brought up family court.
He has brought up how black women have specifically sided with white women.
No. Has he brought up with family
He has not
court?
used the word. He might have. I'll give you clips.
And
I mean,
has he actually addressed black manosphere issues at all?
I'll get you clips because I'm not
They
on
don't
trial
do it.
here. I'm not on trial here. And
No.
honestly,
I'm asking you a question.
yes.
Yes, sir. He has. Okay. All right.
Like he has, and that's one of the reasons. Like you got to remember, BGS, his channel has been clipped like three times, and he's where he is because a lot of black men agree with what he's saying, even in our space. Like
Who's that?
dudes really choose to ignore a lot like stuff like this because I mean, AB, am I lying?
I mean, even before I started making content, I knew what Professor Black Truth was. I heard him say shit, him and Jason Black, but I've chosen to ignore it. Okay,
Well,
but
I mean,
but I'm getting tired of this shit. Stop trying to claim, credit for shit that we did. Okay, y'all didn't do it. Because we were actually doing this shit 4 years ago. Y'all were laughing at our asses. Okay.
one of the reasons why, and I'm really not trying to, because this is kind of low key
I'm just
making me
wondering.
mad, because this is Andre's fault. Like real talk, like
How
like
my fault?
Jason. Here's the thing:
How is my fault?
Professor Black Truth does not do. I'm not talking about when you know him before. I've been listening to him about 2.5, 3 years, and I can
I've
tell
been
you.
listening for 10. Okay.
Okay, so in the last 3 years, he ain't doing what Jason's doing. Like Jason does the shot stuff. I don't, but I'm not about to defend it. I mean, if people want to start a war because he decided to bring this bullshit up here, then go ahead. I mean, go ahead, have at it. But the reality is, shout out to Tareen Rain, who he's more on that side, but he's been on our side.
Mm-hmm.
And he does not throw
Yeah.
shots.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
the thing I want to say is the thing is they're not giving us fucking credit for what we do. And that's the problem. You're feeding off our shit. Okay. I'm getting sick of this. Okay. We called this shit 2 years ago. Okay, we called this shit to you in the last. We called this shit that Biden was going to step down right, basically, probably even before the goddamn
so quick question:
debate.
Were you gonna
We
were
actually
you?
talked about it when Biden first got elected that he's going to be a one-term president.
That's what he said. But thing is, and we actually told you why he changed his fucking mind 2 years ago. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I'm getting tired because Gatone did the same shit, man. Basically, they're acting like we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. That we're politically uneducated.
They all do that. So,
I know. That's why.
Go to war with them?
Yes, now I do. Yeah, now I do.
Okay, so I mean, let's get to the point with that because
Now I do because I'm getting ticked. If they want to go to war with me, they better buckle up because they have to do a whole lot of reading and they have to do a whole lot of catching up. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so let me, because again, I didn't come on here initially. So was this a video you were gonna play, or did Andre play
no, I actually brought this up because I actually want to respond to this.
Oh, okay. My bad, Andre. I thought Andre was.
No, Andre didn't bring it up. The thing is, Andre,
Okay,
when he brought up race, then Andre wanted to say that race was a big factor in this. I'm saying this is bullshit. Okay.
Yeah. So here's the reality. The reality of it is this.
I'm still lost because
come on.
But then be lost, Andre.
We be lost and be quiet because
because I'm not. This is like something. This stuff is moving fast. Here's the issue because I listen to PBT more than I listen to Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed is something I'm interested in. Jason Black. The thing about it is, like I said with Tariq, what Tariq is doing. Look, I agree with a lot of FBA stuff, but at the same time, what he's doing is codifying his audience, and he's not going to speak on the.
That's fine. Yeah, he's trying to make money, which I don't have a problem.
Jason Black, it's the same thing. He's trying to make money, and he'll be more in the middle as far as the pro. That's where that channel got split. And like I said, Jason is the one that's done that, in the past has done way more of kind of what you talking about versus Professor Black. Like I said, he's been harsher on the women than he has.
But what I don't like, okay, is we've been on this for a while. I know you motherfuckers listen to us, okay? We've been saying this shit for 2-3 years, okay? And now all of a sudden, when the results come in, now you want to beat your chest like you've been on it for the very beginning. It's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what you talk about, as far as yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, man, when it comes to a lot of these guys, like a lot of audiences, you got audiences that they just do not want to.
What I'm saying is that this got sent to me by one of my think tank members, right? Okay, so I asked him, should I respond to this? I'm responding to this shit because I'm getting tired of this.
Yeah,
you want to claim credit like you did something, okay? Like you called this, and y'all didn't do nothing, okay? Y'all came in late. Sabby Sabs and all the female punditry. Really, y'all came out because y'all didn't like Kamala Harris. It had nothing to do with Biden. Had Biden ran, y'all wouldn't have said shit, okay? They wouldn't have said shit. But they didn't like Kamala Harris because of Kamala Harris's past, okay? They ain't say shit. I've been on this shit for 2.5 years, okay? I said that they would put Trump on trial after January 6th if he decided to run. They did, okay? Throughout the whole trials, I said he said there's 50-50 chance he's going to beat this shit, okay? And he did. And I said when they convicted him, quote unquote, they don't send him to jail. Basically, Biden is not going to win this election, okay? Because I knew the dude couldn't campaign because they cleared the whole deck. I've been saying they cleared the whole deck for this dude. But the thing is, have any of them actually said that they cleared the deck for Biden to actually run?
No.
We say Professor Black Truth is more accurate than the other ones. But nah, he wasn't saying he wasn't.
He didn't say that. He wasn't saying that. But the thing is, the whole thing about the migrants and the TPS program and that kind of shit. I said that fucking shit a year ago. Were they on this shit then?
He alluded to some of that.
I showed you why they were actually doing it, okay? And when all that shit came out, okay? Were they actually on it?
Well, I mean, again.
I'm talking about these particular people.
Well, there's a whole bunch of people. A lot of these people don't even fuck with each other like that. That's what I'm saying. So they are being lumped into one group.
Nobody was on this shit, including the white fucking media, okay?
Well,
because they lied about it.
Specific things you're talking about, but yeah,
in other words, why come to this goddamn space saying that you guys are better and you guys know more about these fucking politics when you were actually fucking wrong, okay? You got on this shit late, okay? Got on this shit late. And the thing is, you're not producing the evidence and the documents and shit like that like we are over here, okay? Because we do too much goddamn work, okay? And I don't like you trying to take credit for shit that we did. Now all of a sudden, it's about race. It's not about gender. Anyway.
Like I said, he does that about once a year. And another thing.
Let's finish the video.
Yeah, let's finish this because honestly, I cut this shit off halfway through it when I heard it. But go ahead. I get it. They send it to you. That's why you doing it. I'm just saying what I did.
Yeah. By the way, what's up, Ed? What's up, BGS?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Mongo?
Because FYI, a lot.
All right. Let's finish the video. We can chat after this, okay?
All right, go ahead.
We only got about maybe 5 more minutes of this shit, okay?
Because if they were in agreement, then they would be talking about the need for reparations. They would be the main ones saying, well, you know what? Black men worked for hundreds of years in this country and didn't get anything except for lynched and killed.
So all it goes back to fucking reparations. God.
Yeah. I think that justice demands reparations because after all, if the slaves in the cotton fields had been black women, then, oh, wait. You see how stupid the whole gender warring thing becomes if you let yourself get sucked into it?
Bullshit.
These are luxuries that we cannot afford, so we're not going to waste our time on that stuff.
You would stop directing it at us then.
White contingent of the MRAs can be as salty as they want about the fact that black people in general and black men in specific got attention from the political establishment for the stand that we took. But the reality is we got that attention, A, because we have real dire concerns that are being ignored and that have to be addressed, and B, there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy that we represent. You're not going to come along with some astroturf movement being bankrolled by God knows whom and all of this artificial attention that you're being given for issues that aren't even issues to begin with. You're not going to come along and do that and then think that it's going to take on the same importance and gravity that our movement does. Our movements have always been based on real and legitimate grievances and never phony victimhood. That alone gives us a huge advantage over these artificial gripe fests that are being put on by people who the system has always benefited and always worked for the benefit of. So for any of the white MRA types who may be listening to this content, or any of their fellow travelers who may have stumbled here, if you want some pointers from this black man on how you could learn from what it is that black men did to bring attention to what we're saying and to be able to make it where we were actually front and center for the political discourse of this election cycle, if you want to know how we did it and what you can learn from it, here's a tip. You can start by having yourselves laboring for other people for hundreds of years with absolutely no compensation, and have it where the individuals, will say that they're black in this case, declare that white people are not human beings at all, or only 3/5 human beings at best, and codify that into law, and then make it where every arena of the society bends over backwards and twists itself into pretzel knots in order to praise the very human beings who claim that you weren't human at all. And then afterwards, after you go ahead and put in your time for free in those cotton fields, then afterwards, let's go ahead and declare that we're going to give compensation to the black people who declared that you were not human beings because, well, you're not owed anything. And then after that, we'll have 150 years of lynchings, cross burnings, destructions of your townships. Make sure that you live in a state where all of the conditions that have been extant during your oppression in those cotton fields will also remain in place afterwards. And for the coup de grace, we'll go ahead and have a media that tells you that everything that happens to you is all your fault. It certainly can't be anything that these privileged black folks did to you, even though you, your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and great-great-grandparents can recite chapter and verse how you had everything that you worked for stolen from you and that you were demonized nonstop and that you had a compliant government media working together to justify all of that. And then when you've had just about enough of the cross burnings and the destructions of your townships, you can go ahead and take to the streets and, we'll say, have a civil rights movement. And that being the case, you can watch as the politicians, black of course, cynically write laws saying that half of all black people should be considered for anything that you're eligible for. If there's going to be any sort of racial justice legislation, at least half of black people, we'll say black women in this case, have to be eligible for anything that a white person might be eligible for. Because after all, we're trying to balance the scales, right? And then for the following 50 plus years, we'll have a media, the black media, that says that, hey, everything's equal now. All of those sins of the past have been atoned for, and there's equal opportunity. And if you don't have what you think you're supposed to get out of life, well, it's your own doggone fault. We've gone ahead and buried all of those racialist practices. That's what the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was about. That's what it was about, is make sure that there was no more of this blatant open discrimination. And then you can watch as the Justice Department finds that there's been redlining going on ever since the 60s, that it never stopped. All of the very things that you might have been protesting against that were holding you back as a white person was still in place. Now, if you can go through all of that, like black people have, then you too will be able to put together movements that have the moral strength necessary to get the kind of attention that you claim to want. But as long as you keep living a lie and claiming that you don't have privilege, which you clearly have, as long as you insist on repeating the lie that anti-black racism is nothing more than a figment of black people's imaginations, then you will never be able to do what black people have done. You can't traffic in phony victimhood and then expect the real victims of the society not to notice and not to call it out. So no, we're not letting anyone call themselves shoehorning themselves into this conversation. Nobody's going to come along and try to make any sort of claims that they've got anything in common with us. We're not letting anyone draw any sort of comparisons between themselves and us because there are no comparisons. And if there are any individuals who listen to me and still feel that maybe, just maybe, there might be something these MRA types are saying that you can agree with, just understand something. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter if it's an election year or not. We should all be in agreement that anyone who calls themselves trying to make a claim to our struggles gets a vote of no confidence from us. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Dave,
which is why you fail, okay? Which is why you fail, because you can't. If you could get that shit through by yourself, you could. Okay, you think that what this is something that Dr. T calls aggressive begging. Okay, you got to get the shit through that you can get through by any means necessary, right? Instead of this. I mean, being righteous, being moral, that's all well and good. But the thing is, at the end of the day, it doesn't move the needle. Okay, we trying to move the goddamn needle. So trying to beg black men to refuse help from white men, okay? Basically to get your reparations, okay? You think you can have an all black Congress and all a president that should get your reparations through? Is that what you're waiting on?
I don't think that's like. I'd have to see who sent you that and why, but I don't think that's what he's saying. You know,
what is he saying? In other words, In other words, what he's saying is the MRA types that are in agreement with some of the stuff that you do, you should tell them no confidence and no thank you. That's what he's saying.
No, well, I don't agree with that part, but what I will say is you do have white people that they want us to dismantle the black manosphere and just be like black women and just go up in front of their shit. That's ultimately what a lot of that is, that everybody know, but that is where that leads, which is why we have our Andre. Stop, because you don't really know enough to be really having an opinion on this. To be honest with you, because you ain't been around here long enough to. I mean, BGS understands why we got a black manosphere and all of that. So that's how I interpret that. Ultimately, it's really like this. At the end of the day, we know what we're doing. We know what our mission is, and we're going to do what we're going to do. And if people, it doesn't matter. You know, that's why you don't even see a lot of people necessarily like say, well, Professor Black Truth said, and da-da-da-da. It doesn't matter. And Jason Black has a little bit more influence anyway, and we survived the bullshit he did. And that was a way nuclear bomb.
In other words, basically, what they want is us to come back and try to beg our women to get on our side and get on our program and do something for black men and black boys, which we have been trying for the last 70 years to do that shit.
Well, my personal argument is what's good. I'll say this and I'll be done. For now, what's good for black men is good for the black community. So the way I always tell people, I say, tell me something that's good for black men that's not good for the black community.
But are women listening to that shit?
Well, I'm talking about when it comes to other
No. That's not the question I goddamn asked you. Are the women listening to that?
Oh no,
shit?
Hell no.
Well, the thing is, so black men have to do what they have to do, and we have to do it over and above our women, okay, by any means necessary.
Yeah. So I mean, my thing is, like you said, where there's things that we agree on, then when it comes to like white, custody and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. But black men are not about to get out here and then be crash dummies so white people can benefit. And I know that's not what you're saying, and that's what a lot of 'cause even if you take Professor Black Truth out of it, the
Mm-hmm.
wars that we've had with people like Hood Conservative, Fantastic, Zero, that's their argument. That we need to go over there. Like, the issue is we pay attention to race too much, and they've said that to you as well as me. So this area where we
Uh-huh.
pay attention to race too much, and it's the issues we have. It's not that white people have that BBC issue. It's that we can't let go of slavery, because if we could, we would just be like how black women are with white women.
Yeah, we can't let go of slavery because it still affects us. So,
Well, which is what I've told him. But the thing is, we have a black manosphere. The main reason we have a black manosphere, this is why even somebody like Obsidian, who we don't agree with a lot of stuff he
why come
says.
Zero don't go over there to the white boys to the
I've
4chan,
told
all the goddamn
he
people?
does, he does. But to be fair to him, but
There-
I've
there-
told,
there's
but
a
what I,
there's a whole there's a whole white manosphere over there on the other side with the
he
former
does,
MGTOWs.
he
Okay,
does.
how come you stay over there and actually get those folks instead
Well,
of coming over here?
the same reason you get what the same reason they all do.
He knows that racism is fucking real. He's in goddamn Minnesota.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up.
So the argument is that we only pay attention to race, which is not true. At the end of the day, this space exists primarily to speak on the issues that black men deal with.
Out of 1,000 videos, how many videos do we actually get in the black manosphere on race?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. In other words, very few. It's mostly gender issues, which is what
Which
it's
is
created for.
why people listen to Professor Black to get that automated.
No,
That's why.
no.
I mean,
What I'm saying is we talk about gender issues. Okay, the problems that we have specifically with our opposite gender. Okay.
no, but I'm even thinking about that. That's why, people do listen to him. It has some crossbreeds. But most people, and I'm glad our people don't really be getting on him in the comments, because at the end of the day, he's on what he's on, we're on what we're on, and that
Yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah, they're fine. That's like how many times? I mean, this is probably the only first time I ever addressed Professor Black Truth in about 11 years. Okay.
Well, you know me, man. When certain people are really on the bullshit, I'll bring it up and I'll
You
say it.
might bring it up with thing. For me personally, okay. For me, I probably know more about politics than them combined. Okay.
I
But
can believe
for
that.
me personally, how many times I even bring up or address Jason Black or Professor Black Truth? Okay.
No, you bring up Jason Black a lot more, but it's been a minute. I mean, probably,
It's
yeah.
very seldom. Okay. You probably gonna find 2 or 3 videos where I even brought up Jason.
It was a Pearl situation, and most of them are good
Mm-hmm.
with Jason Black. I mean, for the most part,
And
with the gynocracy thing and stuff like that.
so at the very seldom do I even address them. But the thing is, with this election, okay, as clear as it was, and as right as we were, as much work as we did, I don't, motherfucker, don't come over trying to jump on bandwagon and claim credit and trying to sun us, okay? I don't like being sunned by somebody. I'm gonna tell you, by somebody that's politically inferior to me, okay? I'm gonna say that.
The intellectual snob that came out.
Yep.
I'm getting tired of these politically inferior people coming over here talking shit and talking down to me, okay? Talking down to us, okay?
So was the person that sent you this like a red pill person or more of
Yeah,
a
he's a red
pro-black?
pill person. Yeah,
So he's not a pro black. He's more of a
not a
red.
pro black. He's red pill. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
I am pro black. Okay. I've been pro black longer than he's been pro black.
Yeah,
I did this. Well before he started his pro black show. I had a pro black show. Okay.
yeah. If he was talking more shit, I would have let you know, like, because I listen to pretty much every video he puts out, and you already know. I talked about Jason Black's subliminals when he do it, to the point I don't even listen. I didn't listen to Jason Black since really the Pearl thing. But even then, I would bring up those subliminals that he would always bring up.
Yeah.
So
Good.
I mean, if Professor Black Truth, one of the reasons why I like Professor Black Truth is he stays on mission and tends to not get in these subliminals.
And no, if him and Jason Black stay in their lane, I don't mess with them. Okay. Even sometimes when I disagree with
And
them, I don't even mess
yeah,
with them. Okay.
and
I purposely go out of my way not to mess with them because they are pro black and they're halfway doing some decent work. Okay.
but what I will tell you, and I will get you the clips, Professor and AB, you can back me up on this. Don't back me up if what I'm saying is lying. He is pretty much like a 1 in 4 out of 4 times. If he's gonna talk about anything that has anything to do with gender, he's just gonna be in the women's ass. usually first, because he
Yeah,
more so
Yeah.
talks about intersectionality, how white women got you to turn on your men, and so he is not necessarily on the. I get why you think that, but he's not necessarily constantly berating his audience to basically dudes to come off of the shit that they're on in order to get these chicks, in line. He is not saying that, and if he was, I wouldn't be listening to him like that.
and in other words, don't until these chicks get in line. Why should we come over and do anything and
I
work with
agree
them?
with
Because they're
that.
not working with us.
I agree with that. And he's on the gender shit. Shit is not a non-issue in his eyes. Cool, that can be in your eyes, but that ain't the reality. So I just choose to, give him that
And,
pass because
and,
other people will handle it.
and to sell this bullshit that this whole election was about race is a goddamn lie. Okay. I don't care what 4chan channel you went down into, what kind of rabbit hole you crawled down into. It's bullshit. Okay. You
Well,
should know it's bullshit.
yeah,
Okay.
those are the same white people. I mean, come on, you'll never hear them
What I'm
pro-black
saying,
take race.
and he should know better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this. And I am done. BJ, what pro-black person, online or offline, other than you, says white supremacy is dead?
Nobody. Okay.
Exactly.
Because they have no idea, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I
That's
get it,
why.
but
That's
I'm
why I
saying
leave them alone.
even like the ones that you respect, as far as the off, not the YouTube pro folks, but even the ones that they wrote books and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'm not talking about like the best of the best of the best sirs, but you get what I'm saying. Like the serious folks, do they get like when you say
No,
that?
no, no, no. What they do when I start rolling out the tape, then all of a sudden they get quiet and they
Yeah,
back
so
off. They don't call back. Okay.
okay, so yeah, but I'm Charles. Appreciate it for you waiting. So
I'm just
And shout out for the for the show today, Charles. That was well needed, because I really needed a warrior's perspective. You had your three veterans up on there, man,
Yeah.
agreeing with it, because I actually wanted a soldier's point of view. Because
hopefully you got a lot of information out of. Hopefully everybody was
I
entertained.
did share it.
I did share it too. Thing is, your opinion mattered to me more than just the information. The thing is, you three guys saying how you respected him and why you respected him tells me more than anything else that they could have told. Because I didn't know the guy, okay. And the thing is, I wanted to know the guy's heart, okay? Because once you get into policy, once he gets the package, you know what he can and cannot do, okay. And I heard a lot of other people, like your military realists, actually changed their mind about him, okay.
Yeah,
So I,
because
but yeah, so I go ahead. I'm sorry.
and they were basically saying that he's not qualified. I'm like, dude, he's a major. He's been in the military 20 years.
It was-
He's been in He's been in Gitmo, which is Guantanamo Bay, Iraq, Afghanistan, commanding troops.
and I understand why Trump picked him, because he's outside of the outside the Pentagon belt
Well,
bubble.
there's three reasons in my opinion. One, military war vet. That's most important.
Hmm.
Number two, he's outside the Pentagon. He's outside the usual
Yeah.
suspects.
That's the main reason.
And number three, he's younger. Much
He's younger, but I think that has less to do with it, because we got to remember he's got Trump has like four millennials on his
How old
staff,
is
which is
he?
unusual. He
44.
44.
Damn. So
he could
44.
literally-
My
he
bad.
could lit-
Tosi's what, 39?
No.
He's
She's
like
40.
43.
She's 43.
So Vance is
JD Vance is 41, right?
Yeah, he's 40.
And basically, and Vivek Ramaswamy is what, 30?
40.
Vivek Ramaswamy is 38, right?
Yeah.
And so he got.
Yeah, JD Vance is.
So he's got
JD
Oh no,
Vance
one
is
is
40.
He's 40. In other words, you have basically four millennials in your inner circle.
So he got people that could be in this arena for a minute.
But the thing is, not only arena, but the thing is, their point of view is different.
Mhm.
Okay, and the point of view, number two, they're outside the circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't he get like targeted? Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
It's
And all
just-
that.
I played the video when the senator who was talking saying that Tulsi Gabbard wasn't she's not qualified for a national security director, and I'm like,
Herman's a bitch.
The thing is,
that will be with time.
she's a senator, and she's got to confirm it. So what she's letting you know is that she doesn't agree. She wanted somebody inside the established beltway.
Not
Okay.
somebody in the establishment, but I'm like, she's
Yeah.
a lieutenant colonel in psyops.
It-
she's in the know. She
Uh,
knows.
uh, Well, she probably does know. What thing is that's going to come up. That's going to be part of the confirmation
That's
hearings
gonna
because
be
they are important. Yeah.
Yeah, these gonna be some interesting fucking comprehension. I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you what.
because he's going completely against the grain of what everybody thought they were going to do.
Yeah, because I thought at first, that they was just gonna jam people through, but Thune
thing.
doesn't like Trump like that.
And
Uh,
you know what's funny? What he also said that
What?
also piqued my curiosity. He said something that we said about the last Top Gun movie. He said, "Get the man who did the last Top Gun."
Because it makes sense
And
if you want to
he
recruit
said,
people.
if you want to recruit young boys, who did the last Top Gun?
Yeah.
He says,
Yeah.
go. He says, I don't want women. I don't like women in combat. He says we've done enough studies, and women were like, "Oh, we can't go to war without our women." Women are only like what at best 11 to 12%.
Your women don't want to go to war like that
but
because
but if you
Hold on.
They don't. You got to realize this.
because the last time this shit was brought up about drafting women and putting women in combat, them bitches
They
bailed
say
out on it.
Yeah. Hold
they,
on. Yeah. Some female soldiers already came out like, yeah, he's right. We don't need to be on the front line.
And they don't want to be on the front line. They don't want to be drafted in case there's a draft. They don't want to be drafted either. Okay,
they're gonna hold you back.
so so
go ahead.
so did he say? Because I heard what he said, but what people are not paying attention to is that doesn't necessarily mean women can't be in the military.
No,
He
that's
didn't
not
say
what he
that.
said.
He didn't say that.
That's what I'm saying. But see, a lot of people, when you see people that do the fake outrage, I'm not even talking about necessarily the pundits, but people that respond, they respond like, "Well, women can do legit." He said combat. That's
And
a
and
specific thing.
what he said, and even Tulsi Gabbard agrees with him. What he said is they don't want the woke qualifications that bullshit they've been doing over the past 20 years. Okay,
Absolutely, and the thing.
either you can do the job or you can't, whether you're male or female. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
agreed.
yeah, and so a lot of times you have two parts. You have the, telling the lies to the civilians, which they'll play it, and then people make the assumption that he means women just can't be in the military, period, which is not what he said. And then you have the senators, because he's outside of the beltway, that like all of them seem to be picks that they don't like, and they're all saying the same thing. Even Democrats and Republicans are saying the same things. Like these are not serious picks.
They wanted Pompeo. They wanted another chick that's what's her name? Nikki Haley. Okay.
Yeah, and they
They
said
they
too,
wanted Nikki Haley to be Secretary of State,
and they
and
said
they wanted Pompeo to be the Secretary of Defense. Okay, that's what they wanted. Okay?
Yeah, and they said that he was targeted because on the defense secretary, like when he got targeted to be given reordered to not go on January 6th because they were saying he had like a white supremacist tattoo
Yeah.
because he had like that cross tattoo, and I get how that can be
Okay.
interpreted for that.
Uh-huh.
So that's something he said. So he was just talking about how that never happened with him because he's been sent other places, and they were just going over different clips of different stuff that he said even before he got
Okay.
the selection. He was also
Did
supposed to be the Secretary of Veterans Affairs too. He was like in the top two. So it's not like this is the first time he's interacted.
in other words, he's qualified to be where he is, and that they're
Yeah,
going to have a
he's
hard
been on
time out.
Trump's radar,
The only thing they're going to have a problem with is he didn't follow the established chain of command that's normally in the DOD and the Pentagon, and so he's not a Pentagon guy. They don't like that, and basically Tulsi Gabbard is not in the CIA pipeline or the intelligence pipeline like everybody else. They don't like that shit either. Okay.
No.
What's about a director?
In other words,
Huh?
she answers only. Every secretary or director only answers to the president.
Yeah, and basically, she's a director of national intelligence. In other words, what he wants is people that he can trust, and he said that. Okay, he said that when he was running. Okay, I made a mistake by trusting people that are outside my circle. He said I'm not going to do that shit again. Okay, and this is him doing it.
I'm not an expert, but as a civilian that happens to know a little something, all I needed to know is hear John Bolton get upset and throw a tizzy at every pit.
Yes,
I
sir.
said, that's it. You know what? It can't be that bad if he don't like it.
In other words, maybe these cats are neocons, maybe they're not. But the thing is, what I wanted to hear was the realists actually weigh in on it. Actually, the military realists that I listened to, okay, now they're coming around. They're listening to the guy, investigating. So now the people on the ground, even probably some people inside the Pentagon, are actually not so against this particular pick. Okay.
These are the worst picks in American history. I said, okay.
What do you want, Andre?
I was gonna ask you, like, what do you think, like, the price of loyalty would be in that scenario? Like
High,
what
very
percentage?
high. The price of loyalty? What do you mean price of loyalty?
Like in that scenario, because
What does that mean?
well, you were talking about like these people like they're serving an alternative like agenda
No,
for the
what
enemy.
I'm saying is they're going in a different direction, and what he want is people that he could trust in his inner circle. That's who people that he's picking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Because
some
they've already shown that they're loyal to him, they're behind, they have his back. They've already
yeah,
done that.
and
Otherwise, he
they've
wouldn't have
got
picked them.
Well,
and some of
I
them
was more
got
so
different.
talking about like the average
Some
person.
of them
Like,
got different loyalty meters.
What are you talking about, Andre? Because I have no idea what you talking about now.
well,
What are you talking about?
I was more so talking about for the average person.
The average.
Like
What is
I'm
the average?
The average person
What does
don't
the
know what
average
to
person
think.
have to do with this?
They don't know what to think. Not with this.
Yeah, not
I'm
the
gonna
thing.
say that like
Let me put it to you
sorry,
this.
y- y'all can explain. Go
Let
ahead.
me put it to you this way, Andre.
I know what I'm talking about. Y'all
Come
got
on,
it.
No, you
Andre.
have no idea what you're talking about. I don't. I have no. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're asking a question that you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, it has nothing. It has
Ask
nothing
me
to
a
do.
question.
You're not even in
Ask
this
me a
country,
question.
man. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Let me put it to you this way. Number one,
I mean, you're the only Canadian knows that speaks on American topics. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Trump has a history, even
Uh,
to,
uh,
Not only asking you that.
who is your Secretary of Defense in Canada?
I was just about. I was thinking about
We
this.
don't actually have a secretary of
You
Of
don't
defense.
have a
course
Secretary
not.
of Defense, a Minister of Defense. Let's put it that way.
ministers.
What's the minister's?
And now, wait, don't ask ChatGPT.
Andre, who's the minister?
He straight up. That's the first time he
He
went
doesn't.
off beat for
He
real.
doesn't know because man, you need to pay more attention to what's going on in your country, man.
Yeah,
And
I'm,
you know,
I'll tell you this. This is the reason why Trump, historically, if you do right by him, he's always going to remember. If you do wrong by him, he's going
well, yeah,
to.
he made a mistake. He said he made a mistake by bringing in people that were suggested to him that he didn't know, okay, or he didn't personally have a relationship with, right? That's
Hmm.
where he said he fucked up, right? So this time around, everybody knew he wasn't going to do that.
yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. Because like now the Attorney General, that's probably who I'm curious to hear about more. I know a little bit of some of his background
Matt
story,
Gates.
but the rest of them, for the you know what? Fuck that. This is Charles. What do y'all think about this CIA director?
The CIA
A
director.
director.
Yeah, he picked him too. I don't know what ethnicity he
Uh,
is.
I don't know. The thing
I
is, we
mean, I
don't.
got
A lot of these pet cats most people have never even heard of. I think Rubio is probably
Most
Rubio,
known.
Musk, and Vivek's are the only three people you really heard of. Well, Tulsi.
I got to
Okay.
research the person
You got to
because
research some of these
Yeah,
people.
um,
yeah. So this dude, I'll bring up his picture, but yeah,
I mean,
this is a
so
weird.
so what do you know about him?
Oh, I don't know shit about him.
And
I
then
know
we
more
don't know
about.
we don't know shit about him either.
Okay, you see how that works? How we say we don't know shit when we don't know shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't know shit about him.
Learn.
The thing is and that's probably why he picked these people because these are the people you would never thought would get these positions.
yeah, and I mean, I had to research the dude, and one thing I told everybody about the live stream I did today, I played both sides of the aisle, the people who loved him and the people who hated him,
Hmm.
and I let people, and I show people, look at who. I swear to God, man.
And this the
Ed,
dude to his left is
Hold on, Ed.
pull
I
up the
swear to
picture.
God, black women can't stop black women. And the
Okay.
reason I say this chick just said that she told the dude, I don't think excuse me, I feel that he's not qualified to be Secretary of Defense. I've been through a few fights in school, so I could probably be secretary. Basically saying that
Ugh.
her fights in school is equal to a combat veteran's experience.
Okay.
And
But
I'm
Charles,
like,
why
and
would
that white guy was laughing at his dumbass. And of course,
He's
how about you, Carrie?
Basically, he's really for the most part is an unknown quantity in the Beltway. Okay, and that's what they're afraid of.
yeah, he's Indian, by the way.
Okay, I mean,
No,
okay,
this
he's Indian.
no, this is no. I'm not saying it's good or bad. This is interesting. I'm just saying because I was
Yeah.
wondering who the fuck is he? Because
Yeah.
he's below the paper bag test, so I was curious.
Basically, Trump is here to shake things up. He's letting you know he's going to shake shit up. So in other words, if you think it's an all-white club and all-white supremacy and all the kind of stuff, he's trying to prove
And
that
that's
it's
not
wrong.
the case.
He's sure gonna get along with JD Vance. And it's
Well,
just it's interesting because you'd be like, oh, this is a white supremacy because even Tulsi Gabbard is like white-ish, So yeah, this is a really interesting character.
In other words, he said he was going to actually he wants people that are willing to come in and actually shake things up. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody notice that your sub count has gone up since a day after Trump made his speech about
slightly, slightly.
yeah. I got within hours. I got like a 30 subscriber jump in
Damn,
hours,
BTS.
and they normally take mine. Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that's
got
God
like a little
forbid.
bit of that because I'm posting that shit on my business and my personal Instagram account when he said that because when he said that shit, that's a lot of money YouTube and Google's been stealing from people.
Yeah, because they play ads because they don't always do it, but they'll still play ads in front of shit, at their leisure. People be acting like they just don't anymore. But yeah, so it's an interesting, like I said, other than him, the attorney general is probably gonna be interesting. That's the one they bitching about the most. That they may have something on, but the rest of them, I don't think they got enough on to just completely. Cause
Attorney General, all that, they have to go through you're actually going to learn way more when they actually go through the confirmation fights.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, these are going to be probably some of them. I thought that he was going to be jam these through, but these are going to be some of the most interesting confirmations. Because
Yeah.
if anything, a lot, even Republicans, because he just like how, remember, Dick Cheney was endorsing Kamala. So now you don't know who these neocons are
Yeah,
pumping in
exactly.
on both.
Exactly.
Usually on one side or the other, you usually maybe have one on the opposite side that's really popping off, but they'll usually give deference to the president. But because of Trump's relationship with the Republicans, you don't know who's going to pop up. Like I know the senator from Alaska was like, this ain't, even some of the females are like, these aren't serious. You already know they're going to pop off on Tulsi because they're going to see Tulsi as a rhino, that she's not a Republican like that, to be in this
What?
spot.
What?
So they can get it from anybody.
JFK Jr. Okay, or RFK
Yeah.
Jr. All these
Yeah.
people, these are all radical choices. They all know they're gonna have to go through tough
Yeah.
confirmation, and even if you don't pick him, he's just gonna come back and pick more people. So they already know that because he has an agenda.
Yeah.
The
So,
Democratic Party lost to Kennedy. Come on now,
Say what?
something
Yeah.
I'm like when
We
the
can. You sound like you in the bathroom hiding out from your
you sound
girlfriend.
like you being baptized.
Yeah.
Mongo.
blah 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 blah. I guess got to get closer to my mic.
Yeah.
That would help. Yeah.
But it's
Well, I'm trying not to cough in people's ear either, but
Well, it would turn your head, like Trump did.
boy,
Anyway.
that
came
the
for the king.
headband.
Came for the king. One thing I say about it is like, look, something's wrong with the Democratic Party. When you lost to Kennedy, we already knew something was wrong. Yeah, her believes her school fights is the equivalent.
Who the fuck listened to Kerry Champion about politics? Okay.
I mean, when she was up there on that panel for that shit, I was like, y'all must be desperate.
I mean, she should be on Stephen A. Smith's channel or something like that.
Yeah,
And
but
even
Hey,
then,
Even though she got great legs, but still, that had nothing to do with it.
great legs, she should be seen and not heard.
Probably so.
It's just so it's just so sad because it's you just can't turn off she got the same fucking problem Tamara Hall has. Black men is a gimme. Like, oh, it's beautiful sister leg, beautiful thing. And it's like, oh, fuck these niggas. I was like, oh, you do that too many times and niggas gonna listen eventually. Like even with her show, like, cause she can say, I mean, I ain't saying she obviously the best as far as men with politics, but I mean, not politics on sports, but she know enough to actually say something. But the problem is these bitches can't shut the fuck up enough to let you know that they don't like you like that.
She's mad because it was the same athlete that she interviews, and she runs around with didn't pick her. That's what she pissed off. Same thing with Jamel Hill. Okay. That's what they mad about. Okay, I know you guys are my friends and shit like that. You let these bimbos take all the money and all the attention and wife them up, and none of your niggas selected me.
Yeah, and if y'all was smart, at least if Kerry Champion was smart, you would get the guys that's behind that's got money, But they not because they want the attention, like you said. They want to get picked. I mean, don't even start with that bullshit, man. These hoes, goodness.
Anyway,
But
Anyway,
yeah,
go ahead. And if we're gonna finish up and then let AB get in.
no, yeah, go ahead, AB. I'm done. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, a little fun story. They only paid your favorite hoe $500,000, man.
Oh yeah, well he didn't do enough. Okay.
Which one?
Al Sharpton. They only
Oh,
paid
sorry.
him 500,000.
500,000. Yeah, well, you
I
know,
mean, I'm
that's
surprised
what
they
he,
gave
that's
him
what he
that.
that's what he was worth. Okay.
Oh, she's probably gonna release a separate video, but Sabby Sabs went in on Roland Martin today, man.
Okay.
No, she's like motherfucker and everything. Like damn.
I mean, they have their own personal war between
Oh
the
yeah,
black political pundits, man. And it's like, I know Jason Black Truth talk about these cats all the time. Man, fuck them. Go do, there's more people out there than just the little inner circle of black political pundits, man. And Roland
yeah,
Martin is not even,
He's not even on radar anymore.
he's not even on the radar anymore.
He
yeah.
just now starting to get a little bit of views back, but
He only, without Hillary Clinton, he's not very much. Okay.
No, in fact, old boy was talking about how he was at the back. They put him at the back of the plane.
Yeah, they did. He was pissed. Yeah.
yeah, I wanted to play this video real quick. This is of the defense secretary. That's the thing I was saying, but
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, show it.
I mean,
Remember, I'm gonna pay all this money so I can dance with the young.
no, I sent it up. You got to pull it up though.
I'm gonna go spend this
Deemed
You know how when you dealing with somebody and they just got the belt ready, even though they don't use it, it's still right there, and they kind of want to use it, but it's like, just give me a reason.
I was deemed an extremist
one of
because of
those
a
days,
tattoo
yeah.
by my National Guard unit in Washington, D.C. And my orders were revoked to guard the Biden inauguration. Jerusalem cross tattoo, which is just a Christian symbol.
Is that the
This is the one.
Is that the tattoo?
Yep, right here. This one is what got me disinvited. I'd never had orders revoked before. I mean, listen, it's a standard deal. You remember after January 6th, everyone was in Washington, D.C. Like Nancy Pelosi had the parking garages full of National Guardsmen.
Yep,
My commander called me a day before tepidly and was like, Major, you can just stand down. We don't need you. We're good. I'm like, what do you mean? Everybody's there. He's like, no, he couldn't tell me when I was writing the book. I reached out to somebody in the unit who could confirm with 99.9% certainty because he was in the meetings and on the emails. Nope. Someone inside the DC Guard trolled your social media, found a tattoo, used it as an excuse to call you a white nationalist, an extremist, and you were specifically by name orders revoked to guard the inauguration because you were considered a potential threat.
How is that? It's a cross.
It was the Biden administration. It wasn't somebody inside your unit because they don't have that kind of power.
That was funny because that's the Knights Templars cross, right?
Yeah.
That's the Knights Templars. It's not a white thing. So.
The white if it had been a swastika, I would have said so. But
you get the fuck out of here. But anytime you got the see, here's the crazy part: is that if he had white supremacist leanings,
you'd have known it already.
You would have been known it, and he's on fucking Fox News.
Yeah.
I think CNN and MSNBC would have picked that shit up already.
20 years in the military, you can't hide that shit.
You can't hide it because, and then on top of the units he's been involved in.
Yeah. Because soldiers drink, and if you drink, that shit's gonna come out.
Yeah, it's you said Patel, the guy that's a potential pick, or who he's trying to pick for CIA director, wrote a book called Government Gangsters. Yeah, that's one thing they don't like. These people are very intentional picks. These people have very ideas that they want to execute, and yeah, they're gonna try to resist that. Now you're gonna really start to see this swamp and what this deep state is that Trump was talking about.
What's up, Keem? What I'm saying is, okay, it's the thing is we knew we was going to get some payback. We just didn't know how.
Right.
Yeah, and this is light work.
We have no idea because they're not in yet. Because
they're not in yet, and it's still to be done.
When they get in, then you know exactly what kind of work they're getting ready to do.
Yeah, but yeah.
When you talk about going in and basically pulling up all the revoking all the national secrecy protections like the FISA court shit like that, what a whole lot of people use, okay, that could be a whole lot of reputations, okay, so they'll have to come kiss some ass because all them secrets that he has access to as a president, okay, they start digging that shit out and making it public. Like I said, that's why I say he chose violence. You don't have to do anything physically to them. Okay, you can ruin their reputations because all them lies that they told, you can uncover them motherfuckers because there's been this quid pro quo, right? You don't uncover mine, I won't uncover yours. Even when Obama did this shit, and Obama turned over all that paperwork about what the FISA court did against Trump, right? He never revealed that shit because there's a quid pro quo, right? Okay, you don't fuck with mine, I won't fuck with yours, and he didn't. For his first administration, he could have went through all that stuff and actually declassified all that shit and just put all that shit out, but he didn't. Okay, but this time after what he went through and almost being deleted, okay, he's on a different path.
Yeah,
So
because people, it's going to be interesting because people. One thing you can say about Trump, I kind of get the feeling that people are a lot more focused, not focused. People are a lot more. They pay more attention, even if it's for entertainment value. The average public pay more attention when he's in there than they typically don't.
because what I'm saying is this one. There's a reason a whole lot of people and liberals are shaking in their boots because he means business, and nobody knows exactly where that shit's gonna land
Yep.
because he's on a mission. Okay, very seldom you see a president on a mission like this, and he's damn near messianic. Okay, he
Yeah, I
almost
mean,
has a messiah complex because he did survive. In fact, he actually mentioned it when he actually won. He says, I believe I survived that assassination to come back and actually change this country, and I think he means it. Well, first I said, well, maybe not. I think this could be rhetoric, but after this shit, I think he means it. The thing is, how will it shake out?
yeah, and Vance has been quiet, and that got me worried.
Why, why does he have you worried?
No, that's because that means he's focused. He ain't talking. He doing something.
Well, he's doing something. I'm sure he's doing something. But the thing is that Vance's time, any vice president's time to speak is before the election. Okay, after the election, then he's got other things to do. He's going to be very quiet because most vice presidents are.
Oh yeah, and I think he's gonna be very active as well. I think he's definitely proven himself. I think yeah, he's gonna be active. I'm really
I know y'all like him. I know you want to see him out there. Maybe Trump will pull him out because Trump is 80, so Vance will probably have to do a lot of his legwork.
yeah. As far as the media and stuff, like going on media and stuff, I'm sure he'll want to. I mean, because he'll
Uh,
want to do that.
because he's going to have to travel.
Yeah.
So this is I'm telling you y'all need to buckle up. It's gonna be interesting. And yeah, I get what you're saying, BGS. I do. It's kind of one of those things where people got different missions, have different missions.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, this thing where you think we're about to sit here and then bend the knee for these chicks, like anybody that's on that, they can just kick rocks. And usually that's the
Yeah,
purple
kick rocks.
guy
Yeah,
saying that.
basically, Black Truth was basically saying this is you need to give up the gender issues and focus in on racism.
Kick
Not
rocks.
this time, son.
Well,
Kick
well, my
rocks.
thing, well, my thing is, if it wasn't the gender issue, like the reason the women are elevated is because that makes the black community uncompetitive. They wouldn't do it if it made the black community more competitive. And this is why when you undermine the boys and stuff like that, and he has kind of brought that up. He just don't bring it up all the time.
In other words, you should be on that 24/7
Yeah,
instead
he's
of
not.
lip
He's not.
service. Well, then don't come over here with this preaching to this shit, okay?
But yeah, I mean, I still
I
wish
don't
I
want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because you basically using the white boys as an excuse just to get at us. That's what it really is.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah. Well, that's what they all do. That's what
You,
Jason
sh-
Black.
you shouldn't be over there trusting these white boys and working with these white boys. It's because at the end of the day, it's about racism. You should be over here working with your women to straighten shit out. Bullshit, okay?
Well,
You need to give up the goddamn gender issue because the white boys are trying to woo you into something else. Shut the fuck up.
But the truth is, we wouldn't have a black man if it was doing that to the extent that like people are talking about. We wouldn't have a black manosphere, or it wouldn't have lasted this long. The white boys come here get information from us, and so at the end of the day, we're not over there asking them for validation. Even right now with Obsidian, and Obsidian is out in the cold as far as YouTube's concerned. Obsidian ain't over there getting a whole bunch of white boys. Usually, if he gets anybody, it'd be a white female or something like that. If he did that. Well, Obsidian is in
I
Rumble.
mean,
Not on YouTube.
basically, if I was Obsidian, I'd be talking to Dennis, and I'd be sending my mixtapes to JD Vance, Yeah, so I can get my ass back in
Yeah,
because
exactly.
YouTube, Google, and all these social media platforms are shaking in the boots right now. And he basically laid down the law. Okay,
Did y'all hear the news?
what's that?
Comcast wants to sell MSNBC. Oops.
Oh, they want, yeah, they did that really the night after
Yeah.
Kamala Harris didn't get in. They were all of a sudden that shit went up for sale. Okay.
Damn.
Uh,
I'm curious. I mean, I'm curious at who would buy it.
I'm sure somebody. Well,
a lot of people.
there's always a buyer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
that's
always a
true.
buyer. It's probably some billionaire. You know.
Don't call it a
Yeah,
company.
mainstream media propaganda, like somebody, there's always gonna be a buyer.
You know
Well,
who I hope we get? Al Jazeera
who did get MSNBC?
through a billionaire.
Oh, they would. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
wanted to happen.
that's not going to happen.
That's
Not gonna
why I
happen.
would. That's why
Oh,
I
no,
would.
no, no, no.
That's not going to happen.
That would be blocked. That would be blocked at the state level. It's
Oh,
not
I
gonna
know.
happen.
Yeah.
I know why it won't happen. That's why I wanted it. But I get it. I agree.
What? Well, Ed, I have to ask you, what do you think about the Homeland?
The who?
The TV show,
No, like Homeland.
Say that again.
The Homeland,
No, Homeland. Homeland.
Oh
Holman,
man, hey.
Homan.
Holman.
Homeland.
Who is that?
What's that?
That is the new borders are.
Oh, you
Homeland.
talking Holman?
Holman. Okay.
I
Hold
mean,
on.
I've talked about
I'm
him.
fond of Homeland. I like
Yes,
Homeland
he's
better.
Yeah, but your thing is if we don't know what the fuck you talk about, you got to pronounce it right, son?
Yeah, he's when BGS's intro with on Arts. Yeah, help us, Darth Vader. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. He's exactly what I want him all. I want him gone. Shit.
Basically, who do you think? Who do you think he was actually going? The guy who was most outspoken about deporting these
Yeah.
the TPS people, right?
He
That was
basi-
him.
he
So why
basically
wouldn't
he basically got Judge Dredd's mentor. You know, I'm the law. Yeah, that's
he? Yeah,
what that's
yeah.
what we voted for. Hell, Hispanics voted for that shit. A
Yeah.
lot of them. So
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
because it's cutting into their money, of course.
I'll say this, Andre. Basically, Holman lets you know that he was not fucking playing. Trump was not fucking playing about getting them
Yeah,
all out.
yeah. He
So
wasn't
yes,
playing. Yeah.
so they,
Just like just like when Biden brought all 30,000 National Guard troops into the inauguration, he letting you know he's laying down the law. Okay, he
he
didn't
got
need that many people.
he
Okay,
got the right tool for the right job, and that was we got that
and
clear up front. That's all I needed.
he's sending a message. Okay,
And it was one of his first picks. One of his first picks. So yeah.
So if the Republicans shoot down that his confirmation, then that makes them look bad.
Now
Okay?
the right question for you to ask us, and this is something we'd have to look into, is what do you think about that president of Mexico, that liberal chick? But she can talk that shit all she wants to, but at the end of the day, if they're Mexican, they're going back if they're not supposed to be.
Yeah, did y'all hear
it-
about that? Didn't y'all hear about that caravan? There's like
Turned
thousands.
around.
They're trying to beat the clock.
No, they
turned around.
Hold on, let me finish. They came into the country. They found out Trump got elected. And
Oh,
a
turn
lot of
around and went back.
them
Yeah.
turned right back around.
Yeah,
It's like,
because
1,000, nope.
in other words, basically, okay, they're spending at least $2,000 a month per family, or probably more than that per family, to support these people, right? Okay, so there's money there. There's money to actually get started, right?
Yeah,
What happens when the money dries up?
Shout out to Eric Adams. He basically just told the Democrats, "Fuck you."
Yeah, but they were after him because it's causing
Yeah.
problems on the ground for him by trying to house these people, and
Yeah.
trustedly black people and white people get tired of immigrants walking up with shopping carts full, and basically they can't afford food. They get
Right.
pissed.
Yeah. So I don't blame him for doing what he's doing, but he's like he basically told the Democrats, "Man, fuck you."
Yeah.
Trump got elected.
And Andre, your politicians said straight up, if Americans think they're gonna run up to Canada because they mad at Trump, psych, we secure our borders. That's what the chick said.
Yeah.
It's high up in office.
Actually, we want to get rid of Trudeau. So like we've been trying for a long time.
You've been trying to get rid of Trudeau.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
We wanted to
Okay.
get some, but-
Okay.
Oh, trying to get rid of Trudeau. Okay, there ain't no we to it then.
I mean, it's only 39 million of y'all, man. It ain't
It
that
ain't
easy.
that hard. Yeah.
There's more people
I
in
voted against
California
that
than
motherfucker.
it's more people in California than it is in Canada.
Yeah, I understand.
So evidently Trudeau must be likable to the vast
No,
majority of
he's
Canadians.
not likable. We have 10% of your
Bullshit.
population.
Bullshit.
We have 10% of your
It
population.
doesn't matter. The thing is, he must be likable to the vast majority of Canadians
The
because he
bitches
keeps
keep voting. The
keep
bitches.
voting him back in.
Well, we have 10% of your population.
It has
but
nothing
we
to
are
do
the
with it.
second
If he had
largest
5%, he had 5% of our population. Okay, who votes him in?
What does that have to do with a percentage?
Who the fuck votes him in?
Who votes him in?
It's these goofy fucking lefties.
So
that, like,
time out.
The goofy lefties. Okay, is this still majority rules as far as voting a president in?
Well, basically, what I've been saying is like basically, I live in like.
Did you answer my question?
Sorry, can you repeat it, please?
You didn't hear my question. Is it still majority rules as far as voting in a president?
Or prime minister?
A prime minister, whatever you call him.
It's kind of the same as you guys, where it's like.
So the vast majority of people have to like what he's doing, right?
No, like I'm saying, it's
Oh,
kind of the same as you guys.
so there's a minority of people that keeping Trudeau in office. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, that's not what I said at all. I'm saying it's kind of the same as you guys, where basically, like they could lose like based off of votes, but like you guys have the electoral college, right?
Okay.
And like over here, it's by like the House of Commons and Senate and shit.
I
So
get what you're saying.
basically-
What you're saying is you have to actually take the party out, meaning they have to lose the majority of the parliamentary. But it's still, yes, no matter how complicated, it's still the same thing. And here's another. Hold on. Here's another thing, Andre. You do realize that by having a smaller population, that becomes easier. That's like you saying, well, you got the whole United States of America, but I don't like this governor in North Carolina. So we got to know it's an easier task technically. But with 10%, with the less people, the more powerful each individual vote is, and there's less people.
How come you don't vote the party out of office?
Well, like that's what I'm trying to explain. It's like it's a little bit different here.
No. Why don't you vote the party in power out of office?
Basically, the bitches like Trudeau. In fact,
No. I want to hear from you. Explain it to me. How come you don't vote the party out of office? Because they did it in the UK.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain. It's like because in the States, like
No. How come you don't vote the guy out of office?
That's what I'm trying to explain.
No, you're not. You're making it more confusing.
Well, if you just let me explain, it's
you got okay. You got. There's the time. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead. Explain it.
So he won with a minority government, meaning that everybody voted against him, and we all wanted him out. But like he aligned with another political party that kept him in office.
Yes, they
so
can do that.
So in other words, you have a bunch of parties that came together, kept him in office, right?
No, it wasn't a bunch of parties. It was one party.
It had to be. So in other words,
it was one party, which is pretty much like a communist party that kept him in office.
So let me get this. So let me get this straight. You telling me that if he had a minority, that means he had less than 50%. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Time out.
Like
So he had. Hold on. Time out. So he had less than 50%. So that means where did he get the other 55% from?
No. Like just.
Okay. It's a parliamentary government. In other words, basically, it's a minority party, right? Okay. So he had to align with other minority parties to keep him in office, right? Didn't he? No, hold on. Didn't he? Is that correct?
He had to deal with like pretty much like the almost communist party of Canada.
No. In other words, the communist party, whatever party that you said, is in the majority.
No, it's not the majority. But
so in other words,
those two parties together had 70% of the vote.
And those two parties together, right? Okay, those two parties together kept them all. So the majority of the people, okay, because those are the majority, 70% of the government, okay, voted to keep him in. That's the majority of the people. I mean, how you count it? That's how parliament should work. So in other words, if they don't like Trudeau, they can do what? They can actually vote the people in their party out of office.
Well,
Yeah.
basically, like where I live at now is like pretty much like the Texas of Canada.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't
Well,
matter.
I'm
Okay,
just saying
I know
it's pretty much like the Texas
I know how parliament
where I live.
the same parliamentary government that the UK has. Okay, you have a minority. You have, hold on. You have a fucking minority party. You have to bind with some other minority party to come together to make a majority. That's to keep him in office. Okay, right,
Yeah,
right,
so now you got back in.
right.
The problem that we have is
No,
like
no, no. Right or wrong. Right. Is that what happened?
that is correct, but the problem that we have is that pretty much like a dude like Trudeau could literally stay in office for life.
Well then, because you
There's
allow him to
no
stay in
term
office
limit.
for life.
There is no term limits.
Well,
He
you
could
can
literally
vote
stay
him
in
out.
office
You,
for
but
life.
they don't have to. You don't have to have fucking term limits. You can vote him out. That means the majority of people are okay with Trudeau being in office.
That is
There's no
true.
party gonna go against the voters.
Yep.
And
So,
this is why I've been going hard to argue against all the BS they've been putting out.
it doesn't matter. The majority of people like him being in office. Because ain't no party in the world, whether it's communist or whatever party that he's in, that he runs, okay, is going to come together and let him stay in office if the voters that they represent don't like him.
This is why I've been going hard because like his policies are
It
like
doesn't
anti-American.
matter, okay. Y'all haven't been trying forever to get him out of office, because if you wanted to get him out of office, you could. You just don't, because most people like him. It's a parliamentary government. This is not the same as ours, but we know how to bring coalitions together. The coalitions that came together kept him in office, and they still do. Otherwise, you got him out.
Mm-hmm.
But they're very anti-men. This is why
It
I've
doesn't
been against them
matter, okay?
for the
You
longest
can
time.
you can be anti-men, okay? But the thing is, if the females want him in, what you gonna do? The thing is, this was not gender and this was not race. It's pure pocketbook, okay? Which is Professor Black Truth should know is pure pocketbook, okay? Immigration, economy, and the wars. 1, 2, 3. It's not that hard, okay? Race in my opinion, race had damn near no factor in this, because your black folks came in and fucking voted for him. Why do you think they did that? If race was that big of a factor. Why did black men, especially black county women, actually come in and voted for his ass?
Yeah, he actually run a number of black counties. I was surprised.
Exactly. So why did Chicago almost turn red? Why did certain other places almost turn red? Okay. If it was purely on race or cut across racial lines. If that was the case, then Obama and Michelle Obama and all the other folks would have to go against black men and black women to keep people in line. If that was the case, it was just about race. It wasn't about race.
I was watching Charles' stream earlier. I don't remember who was saying this, but he was saying that like if Tulsi Gabbard was to run for president, he would have won this.
If Tulsi Gabbard, she would have had a better chance at winning than Kamala Harris. Of course she would, because she's a better politician. Yes.
Yes.
If Michelle Obama had run, Michelle Obama probably would have beat Trump. Had nothing to do with race.
Yeah. That was Black Rude that said that.
Yeah, we've been saying it for 2 years, okay? Because it's obvious. But go ahead.
Do you think Tulsi Gabbard would have beat Trump, or
yes?
I don't think she would have. I don't think he would have. I don't think she would have beat Trump. But thing is, she'd have made a better showing.
Yeah.
Because because there's no way she's gonna get around all the. If they had open conventions, then she could have run without being attached to Biden. Okay, maybe. Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they had just elected like they did Kamala. Yeah, you're right. She had
But
no
it,
chance.
but it, but in that compressed time period with
Yeah,
4
you're
months
right.
and all
No,
that
no
kind of
chance.
stuff,
No
Yeah.
chance.
she probably had no chance. Okay.
So y'all answer that question on the parliamentary bullshit. I mean, at the end of the day, I get it. They use another party to get over that 50.
Yeah, you did.
That
Yeah.
majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So yeah, y'all know how y'all government work. You dealing with 40 people. Like Europe has way more than 40 million people in a lot of their countries.
how.
Well, but parliamentary, Israel has it, France has it, Italy has it. Most countries have a parliamentary style of government. If the guy doesn't have a vast majority party, okay, then he has to make alignments with other parties to actually get in.
That's how Netanyahu got back in.
Of course.
Yeah. So pretty much the issue is it comes back to the bitches. Like y'all, and the reason I say the bitches is because that's what the white boys in the that's what the MGTOW boy like Sandman and all them used to bitch about, because a lot of them were Canadian, and they used to say like, what the fuck y'all dealing with? Y'all like 5 years behind the fuckery we dealing with.
When Trump was in office, what changed with the bitches?
Well, Ed, you got to say.
Can I ask a fucking question, man, before you interrupt?
My apologies.
Well, I'm talking about in Canada.
I'm talking about even here, okay? Even here, okay?
Oh, the economy.
And the economy basically had nothing to do with the bitches, okay? Because the bitches turned. If that was the case about gender, the bitches actually voted for, came out and switched sides, okay?
Well, Canada got that socialism bullshit, and they
and
not only that, like the way they teachers get paid. I mean, boy, them white boys.
It's called pocketbooks, okay?
Yeah, so they get shielded from that a little bit because how socialist their stuff works. I mean, this is what the white boys say. I'm talking about years ago. So that's why I say, unless you get the bitches to kind of turn on him, he can, as long as they don't flip on him too much, then he's pretty good. But see, truth be told, y'all had Harper, who was the dude before Trudeau, the conservative dude. It was a while back. What happened to him?
No, Harper was a piece of shit.
Oh, so okay then. So y'all got
there's nobody to beat him.
So is Harper worse than Trudeau? You're taking too long to answer that question.
Which Trudeau are we talking about?
It doesn't matter which Trudeau.
The one is running right now.
The one is the one is in office right now.
Stop playing. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Harper's
not.
Okay then. So y'all got the motherfucker y'all want.
Yeah. They do. Well, we've been trying to get with this Trudeau for years. Not enough of you. Okay.
I mean, because I brought Harper up because it was enough of y'all to get him the fuck out of
here. Because when Trump screwed up, they got him out of office real quick.
Well, I remember. Well, I'm just saying in Canada, like Harper is like their George W. Bush. Okay. So they pieced Harper out real quick when they got the opportunity. So I know you can get rid of somebody if you want to. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Guess you know what? You know who really didn't like Harper? The bitches.
Yeah. Who is the majority of the voters?
The bitches didn't like Harper. Because I remember that because I was paying attention a little bit.
And so saying that most people don't like Trudeau is not true.
The bitches like Trudeau. That's what he ain't telling you. I'm not just saying that just to be stupid.
No, who's the majority of the people?
Well, actually, bitches like Trudeau. Jeff Bezos' wife, I think, was the one that was like, she was falling over Trudeau.
Okay.
So what is? I'm talking about the voters. I don't talk about Bezos' wife. I'm talking about the voters. You talk about the wife that got the money.
Yeah, she got that.
You know, his wife. Okay,
So what? Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, serious question. How much do you know about your own politics?
Because Trudeau is young.
I actually looked it up.
No. How much do you know about your own politics?
That's not a good answer.
That's really not a good answer.
No. Hold on. How much do you know about your own politics, Andre?
What is the question? Like,
No.
I actually know a lot.
Okay, so why the fuck is Trudeau still in office? Okay, it's not for a secret
reason. I voted against him, but
that's not the question I asked you. Okay.
Well, I actually know quite a lot.
So why is he still in office? If the majority of people don't like him.
Well, because people are friggin' retarded. And
okay. So basically they want him in office.
Yeah, we all have that problem.
Yeah.
We got the same problem going on.
So what is Trudeau doing that's actually messing up Canada so bad that people have to get rid of him?
Well, he's inviting a lot of illegals, especially Ukrainians and Palestinians,
why is he
and
why is he doing that?
because he's trying to increase the population because like we're below the replacement rate.
So he's below his place. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense, but it's just like still
Like still what?
Keep the MFs out of here.
Okay, he could, but the thing is, what's that going to do to your economy and your country in the long run?
F it up.
It's going. So you willing? You basically, I'm willing to go down with the ship. That's what you're saying.
Like
and guess who else is an immigrant, sir?
Good question. Who?
You.
I'm not. I was born here.
How about your parents?
They've been here like maybe 50 years.
Okay, but they're immigrants, right?
They're immigrants, Andre. That's the question. They're not from here. Well, you're Canadian. They're not.
So you want to basically you're not native to that land, but you want to get the immigrants out of here.
Hold on, Andre, you Jamaican, right?
Well, it's a little bit different for Canada because like pretty much everybody only been here for like the last.
Them white people have been here for a while.
So in other words, you know why he's doing what he's doing. If that's your cause, and do you want Canada to still be a viable country
Them
that
white
you live
people
in?
and those slaves that made it.
I'm asking, do you still want the Canada to be a viable country that you live in? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
What he's doing what he needs to do to keep Canada a viable country. Unless you want your mother and father basically living in a garage someplace.
Canada's population is 40-point-something million. That's important because y'all will feel that shit really quick. That demographic shit, y'all will feel quicker than most countries because y'all small population.
Well, Ed, like on top of that, it's like we have the second largest landmass in the world, so it's kind of effed up.
And most of it's ice. That's why.
Yeah,
most of it's ice.
Hold on. The reason why I brought up the Jamaican thing is I know Ezra's Jamaican. I don't know what it is about y'all being in other countries. Talk about I don't want the other foreigners in here when y'all like damn near foreigners.
You're foreigners yourself.
I don't know if that's like a common. I need to ask Grizzly that. Is that like a common thing? Or what?
Well, do you guys know what the first largest landmass in the world is?
Russia.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, we are aware that Canada. We're in the top 5.
You only have 40 million people, right? And the vast majority of those people are old. What are you going to do as a workforce?
You do realize if you got invaded, the only reason why y'all don't get invaded is because they don't want to fuck with us.
I ask you a question: If you own 40 million people, okay, and most of those people are old, what do you do for a workforce, Andre?
They're gonna come here.
Oh, I'm asking.
You bring other people over, of course.
So the motherfuckers that you don't like with your white Ukrainians and Palestinians, for the most part, right, are necessary, right?
Yeah, they are necessary.
Just like you, okay? Just like your parents were back in the day.
Are white women having kids in Canada?
No, they're actually below replacement.
I was just
And
going to
then
ask.
on top of that, it was so easy for your Jamaican parents to come over there
because they're part of the Commonwealth. That's why.
Yeah,
you were all part of the Commonwealth. So you got to think about it. It was damn near like you just visiting your cousin's house. So you got to realize something. This is the reason why when people talk about issues with Black America, just ask how long my family blood has been in America. Just ask.
Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna steer away from this, man, because you keep going down this rabbit hole and it doesn't make sense because he hasn't thought through his own logic yet. So
BGS, I gotta jump on you again.
Why?
It turned from a rabbit hole to an elephant's nest very quickly.
Okay, then I'll just throw my comment out.
Go ahead. It's more like
because because the thing about it is, it always comes down to money, and that was the question I was going to ask Andre.
Yeah,
how is he doing economically over there? That's the reason why. Look, since COVID, their debt to government spending has been dropping. Trudeau has always kept it low. He's a money man.
He's not a money man. He's a fucking retard.
Dude,
That's
look
why
at the charts.
trying to get rid of him.
It's right there.
Yeah, how's he a retard and he's still in office?
Yeah. The
Have
people
you
with
heard-
money want him in office.
Yeah, y'all got to get out. See, I'm gonna tell you, you're not gonna get people out of office just because you don't like them.
Yeah, you don't like
it's
him.
not. It's not that
No,
easy because you may because here's the thing. You may not like this because, for instance, I didn't really particularly like Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris got at least 45% of motherfuckers to vote for her ass on this bullshit ass election. So it wasn't easy getting Trump in there.
So, like, have you heard about the Green Slush Fund?
Yeah, man. But Andre,
About the green who?
The Green Slush Fund.
You
The
know,
green slush. Everybody has a slush one. So what?
Yeah, basically what Andre's doing is Andre is puffing and just throwing shit out here.
Yeah, and okay. You don't have a valid reason for this guy not being in office. That's what you're saying.
All right, so
You
I
don't.
want to talk about it.
Yeah, well, I have a problem because he's letting these MFers into the country. Why is he letting them in the country?
I have no power over that. Like, I've been
No,
told
why is he letting them? Because it's necessary. Okay.
And
Now,
that's
has Trudeau told y'all that? Has Trudeau told y'all that?
Has Biden or
No, I'm legit because the difference is, has he been honest about y'all about why this is happening, or has he done what Biden and did and tried to sneak it in?
No, he has not been honest
But the thing is, you know why he's doing it. Okay. And
I know why he's doing it.
Hold on. Why does it? Okay, the thing is, you know why the fuck you've been here long enough. That's why I don't like. This is what irritates me. You've been here for years. You know why the fuck he's doing it. The thing is, you still won't learn. Okay.
He just want to be heard. He want to pick it up.
Hey, okay, let's move on, man. I don't want to hear about this shit no more.
How the fuck we talking about Canada?
I don't know how it came.
We do better talking about Mexico, to be honest with you. It's way more complicated.
Because you probably know about much about your country and your politics as you do about ours, man. That's sad.
Hey yo, ask the Mexicans how they got their president out of there, because they definitely did.
The thing is that they're leaning toward the BRICS now, and they need a more social. Basically, the whole Latin America is turning close to this, going to the left, because they're leaning toward the BRICS. And that's a left, more like a left leaning or anti-American
posture.
Posture. Yeah.
Well, BGS.
We heard enough from you. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because
I don't want to go down another rabbit hole. Okay?
They definitely.
I want to go down there unless you got something legit. Because if you don't have nothing legit and interrupted me, I'm going to jump all over you.
This is something legit, actually.
Cause I mean, unless you're gonna pay me, I'm not answering. We answered enough of your questions. But go ahead, last one.
Okay, so basically, the Conservative Party of Ontario is talking about they want to exclude Mexico out of NAFTA. Like, what do you think about that?
They want to exclude Mexico out of NAFTA. Okay,
it wouldn't be NAFTA.
With the vast majority. So what they gonna do? Buy their parts from China instead?
Well,
because
the reason why they were saying that is that they were saying that, like, basically, like, all these other countries are sending their stuff to Mexico, and it's coming to the U.S. and Canada after that.
So is the Conservative Party willing to accept the big jump in inflation by making everything homegrown?
I mean, how is that?
Hold on. I mean, because if you do that, right? Because you know why they have stuff made in Mexico, right? Why is that? Why you know why that is, right? Right? Come on, say what. If you're not gonna pay attention, we're gonna move on, okay?
No, it was just I was reading comments in the
chat. If you're not gonna pay attention to me, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, move on, man. Cause he's not.
Andre, sometimes I think you be
engaging, man.
Okay. What question did I ask you?
You were asking, like, if I'm not going to read it. Like,
No. When in other words, basically what I'm saying is, if there's a reason why you have shit made in Mexico, okay, it's because of what? Cheap labor, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you cut them off, where you get your shit from? You can get your shit from.
that's the same reason why
Where are you
certain
gonna get your shit from if you cut them off?
But that's the same reason why.
Where are you gonna get your shit from if you cut them off?
Oh my God, man.
I'm just saying that's the
No,
same
where are
reason.
you gonna get your shit from if you cut them off?
I mean, they could potentially do it themselves, but that's kind of the same reason why.
Well, okay, you can do it yourself.
America
If
and
you did get from America or from Canada, guess what's going to happen to the price of goods?
it's gonna increase, man.
It's going to increase by what, triple, right? Because of labor costs, right?
Depending on the product, but yeah.
Yeah. In other words, you double to triple, right, in price, right? Just by cheap labor, or they can do what? Automate and reduce jobs. That's something you should have answered yourself. You didn't need me.
Yeah, and not to mention from a geopolitical standpoint, I mean, with the exception of the leftward posture, logistics and it benefits to put stuff more in Mexico.
And because it's closer. It's closer. You can truck it up. You don't have to put it on a ship. And plus, that's your source of cheap labor. Okay.
Honestly, if it wasn't for the cartels, I mean, that'd be the prime thing. That's the only, and that's not the huge knock. That's just a knock.
And if they really want to cut off the things, they don't want to put the white boys in jail for selling that shit. That's why.
So what do y'all think about this?
No. That's it. That's it for you. No more. It was closed. That was your last question.
That credit card is declined.
Yeah.
The way is shut.
They did set.
Yeah. What's
yeah.
They did set.
What's
I
up?
have to send you. What do you think about a lot of these appointees so far?
I think this is the first time I've talked to Dead Set since Trump got elected.
Yeah. What do you think about the appointees, Dead Set?
Well, the borders are. I sort of saw it coming with him.
Yeah.
Because he was. I mean, he had been arguing with Congress for a long time, and he ain't been showing. He ain't had no chill with them.
I pay you, bitch.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he picked him.
Yeah, and it's for the rest of them. I didn't think too much of it because like it looks to me like number one, Trump's going to sort of get his revenge, and number two, he's aiming for a type of status quo that I approve of. So it's like, okay, that's the reason why I voted for this dude.
The status quo is what?
His status quo is basically like number one. I'm looking forward to the Justice Department because I went to court yesterday, and even now I'm seeing changes in our court system because now they're enforcing the 2022 rule, which kept that bitch out of jail, which sort of pisses me off. But they're enforcing the 2022 rule where they're not putting like fathers in jail for
child support.
Child support and shit like that. In fact, when I was talking to the judge today, his new thing was that look, I know that she did not purge contempt, blah 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 blah, but the children would not be served by this. So basically, what happened was the court took a de minimis stance and did not give us any orders and just told us to go and work it out. And I'm saying like, well, all this shit after y'all done put me through hell, but okay, I'll take it. So Trump's Justice Department is going to be a better reflection of what we had under Harris and Biden because they were all Gynocrats.
Yep, I agree.
Mm-hmm. And as for the international stuff, look, when it comes to immigration, I really don't care because we need the immigrants here because our birth rates are down. So I've never really been on the anti-immigrant train because I know the reason why we need them. So, we can call that what it is. And as far as like the conflicts around the world, I believe in a strong military, but a strong military needs strong men, and we're not getting them because strong men are homegrown. And then the second way we can get them is through immigration because people underestimate the path to citizenship through male immigrants when they join the military. Mm-hmm. And we've had some very good units come through immigration. I mean, we can talk about the ESL squadrons, units. We can talk about you can even call it Indians immigrants in their homeland, but we've gotten good results that way.
It's cool. I mean, I'm all for immigrants coming here too. I'm just not all for him winning lotteries coming up in here. But it don't matter because Holman's gonna get rid of their ass.
If they can win a lottery, that's fine, okay? Because the Visa lottery is fine. That they do this all over the world, right? If you want to allow them in, they win a lottery. There's only very few people. The thing is, the TPS program brought in like 10 million people.
No, I wasn't talking. Yeah, so when I say lottery, I meant like with giving them food and stuff like that. I get what you're saying. I didn't mean the Visa lottery. I just meant they just giving them all this like stipend and stuff.
Okay, you have to be because
that's on me.
I'm gonna get it in the comments section if I don't correct it. Okay.
No, I get why you said that. Absolutely. That's why I rephrased it and said what I meant because I was like, damn, that does sound like what I just said. But yeah, at the end of the day though, I'm not against immigrants coming here, but this bullshit where they're just jump like he open up the fire hose and just gonna leave that
that's and then funding them here is really, I wouldn't say it cost them the election, but it's a huge factor why she lost. Okay.
This isn't like, for example, this isn't like, okay, this is 2001 through like 6, where the economy was actually relatively good, relatively speaking. This is right before the stuff that led up to 2008. This is like where we have been. This isn't even like 13 to like 18. This is like we have been in the fuck. This is like doing this like 2 years after 2008. Like when not only you bring, again, it's not the bring, it's the amount, and it's this setting them up to the level that they have, and then it's like endless, and they're not being honest about what they're doing because they don't really want to get checked. That's the issue.
It's because most American people would not have agreed to it.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, most people is not anti-immigrant; they're just anti that bullshit. But it don't matter. You say you voted for Trump, so you voted for him to go anyway. So either way. Yeah. And by the way, I'm under no illusion that immigration is gonna stop. What's gonna happen is that a lot of them are gonna get reversed, and then we're gonna do this a better way. It's gonna probably still be an accelerated way, but it's gonna be a better way, a more open, understandable way.
So somebody got their mic rubbing against their clothing or something.
Oh, that's me. That's me. My bad. Didn't somebody say that guy was under Obama too for a little bit?
Who?
The border czar guy. He worked on the Obama. He may not have been the director, but he worked under his administration somehow.
Yeah, he was. He was under Obama and under Trump too.
Yeah, so when anybody wants to talk crap about him, just especially if they're black, just say he was under Obama. How you think Obama got those video game numbers? You think Obama got them video game numbers without a good team?
Yeah. In fact, Obama deported more people than anybody else.
Yeah, and people conveniently forget that. It's like he didn't.
Yeah, they did, and he didn't do by rounding up people. He just cut off the work visas. Okay, that's like those people that the caravan turned around and went back. Okay,
man, there was a bunch of immigrants I went to Iraq with.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they got their fucking citizenship. Nobody will ever bother immigrants who go to war for the country. Nobody will.
Oh yeah, you get your green card. Yeah,
you get your benefits that way. Yeah, it's fine.
I heard a whole bunch of people that are were not even legal. Okay, and they signed up. Okay, and first thing they did, they took away the Mexican passport and gave them a green card. Gave them an American passport.
They got to serve that full term.
Yeah,
there ain't no dropping out early for them. No,
it was worth it to them. Yeah.
They got 3 hots in the cot. They served their time honorably.
Yeah.
And they're USA citizens.
Yep.
Yeah. I was in basic training with quite a few of them. And then once we went to AIT, they split us off.
Yep. Yeah, you want to path to citizenship? That's your path, but nobody don't want to take it.
And then they got the advantage of being bilingual. Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the shit about it. It's like, look.
And we got Dr. Reefer in the wings, so.
I want to go back to,
real quick.
We want to go back to the equal opportunities, not equity. I'm okay with equal opportunity. We may not all get it, but at least give us all an opportunity.
The thing is, it's not. I mean, some things. I mean, in Hollywood and if they want to be in corporate and you can hide them, all kind of stuff, where they can't do them a lot of damage. That's fine, but you can't have them in your military or your police force. Okay.
No.
Those are critical. There's a critical structures that you need good competent people. So I agree with him. He said it's not. Tulsi Gabbard said the same thing. It's not about the gender. It's about whether you're competent to actually do the job that you're assigned to do.
And the part is like when I showed the video. Look, when you have these broads, quote and unquote, passing ranger school, passing, Green Beret,
Yeah.
you had a lot of help. You failed. You were able to reclass shit and then run.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're telling me 160-pound, 150-pound female can fucking do a long ruck march with a fucking 80 to 100-pound ruck on her back.
Yeah.
And she's
All right, so
40 pounds.
Yeah. What I'm getting tired of is this 1-2 thing that chicks do when they get in the military, right? They get in the military, they don't want to get deployed, so they get pregnant.
That's the Baltimore Police Department. It's
Which I said, there's got to be. I know they can't because it would be violating people's rights, but there got to be something about that.
it's like the police department. There's
Yeah.
bitches who should have been fired for shit.
Yeah.
And I mean, you allow them to become a fucking detective, then get promoted to sergeant.
Kick them upstairs where they can't do any damage.
And I'm like, but yet you give these bitches authority to tell people. I said, you wonder why this place is fucking up. This is the reason why. And this what makes people upset. Let's say they do it.
Mm-hmm.
You get them through Ranger School. They're not in the 75th Ranger Battalion.
Nope.
I don't put them bitches. You put all that money into training them. Put them on deployment.
You know why they do that?
Because they'll fuck everything up.
No. You know why they do that? Who are the majority of your voters?
That's women.
And what do women love more than money?
Status.
Okay. Status. Okay. So representation, right? Okay. They knew fucking Kamala Harris was not a good president, but things they still wanted status. That's why they scratched it out. All right. Louis, you want to go before Doc because Doc's gonna have hold court once he gets up here.
Oh, you could go ahead.
All right, Doc, you're up.
All right.
How is Ashley Jeffrey today?
I got my sandals.
Oh, this
is a velvet and a Grand Marnier.
Doctor, how
Grand Marnier, is it mixed?
Oh no.
You were my boy, Doctor.
Is it on the rocks?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
You were my boy at first, Dr. Marifa. Now you my nigga.
I hear you, sir.
Yes. Click those ashy. Click those ashy design.
We're Dusty and he's Ashy, okay?
Yes.
Ashy bloke.
Hey, hold on, let me go ahead and play it for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that, yes.
They shouldn't have given you Ashy Blokes YouTube.
Best.
Absolutely.
I miss her. Okay. I miss her. But go ahead, Doc. Weigh in.
First of all, thanks for the again for setting this all up. It's been quite an interesting week. I hope Charles, you had a few liquors on my behalf during.
He has, yes.
Well, not this week, Doc.
I'm drinking rum tonight, so hey.
I've been sipping down a lot of coughs here, getting over this cold.
Oh, you got to go cold, okay.
Yeah, I just bought a bottle too myself, so yeah. No good.
So weigh in. So you're we already talked about the election, okay? Now what do you think about the choices or the direction that he might be going in?
Oh my days. It's they're very interesting in some ways, but in others they kind of track along what we've been talking about for quite a while, which is the point that we often emphasize that you're not going to reverse this ship. Although this does represent a significant change in direction, more of shifting theaters rather than, when they talk about, we're going to significantly change policy in relation to,
Well, what's his name? Hexfax that basically said China's a no-go because it's a no-win situation.
Yes. However, I do not underestimate this decision maker's propensity for.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. For mischief. Yeah.
And they are going to try because, for example,
Mm.
let's take the National Security Advisor, right?
Uh huh.
Mike Waltz, he was Dick Cheney's man and Rumsfeld's man, right? Advisor, counterterrorism advisor from 201, I think, to 209 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we have super hawkish fellows in there, particularly towards China and Iran. So even though, at least a ramping up of that sort of maximum pressure policy, there's an expectation there anyway. And even amongst in Beijing and Moscow, because we were just having this discussion a few days ago. And you remember in a few streams we said there's this not faction but a group of countries within BRICS that are looking at building strategic resilience against the sort of convulsions of American politics.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the posture that is now being adopted and spreading very quickly.
Yeah.
Particularly amongst led by Russia, China, Iran, North Korea.
That's why they're buying gold and silver, and basically that's how come Bitcoin is up, because crypto is the China's back into crypto. You can tell when they get into crypto because it skyrockets. Yeah.
Exactly. And so these appointments are confirmation of this sort of instinct that was there before, which is not a surprise. Although other countries, your Brazil, India, South Africa, are not really there yet. A lot of the Asian economies, ASEAN economies, your Malaysias, Indonesias, are also starting to adjust to the potential possibility, well, not real possibility of ramped up trade war, if you like, and things like that. So, and they are also adopting that strategic resilience posture.
Yes. Yeah.
However, as we saw in this year's BRICS, Brazil and India in particular have a slightly different approach for different, mostly domestic reasons. But these appointments have suddenly sent a signal to Iran and Beijing, very strong signals.
Okay. I don't know if you can say how they're reading it, but if you can't, you don't have to.
I can say it in general terms.
Okay.
The way they're positioning themselves is to say we're gonna move on, and this is a major shift. It's a kind of pre-Biden, post-Biden shift.
Okay.
We're going to move on and try to build up, fortify our systems, and accelerate. We might see an acceleration in the BRICS front due to what these appointments represent.
Yeah, because the realists have been trying to get us off of what Biden has been about. What the neocons that are in Biden's office has been about, which is focus on Russia and the Middle East first, and then pivot. And that the realists have said, forget all that, drop all that, and get to the main your main peer competitor, which is China. So I think that's what I think that's what it represents. But I think they saw that coming. If Trump got in office, that the realists were actually going to take over and actually point their assets and their attention toward China instead of Europe and maybe even the Middle East.
Yeah, that's why they're ramping off. That's their reading of the initiative to ramp up Europe.
Makes sense.
And then focus on Middle East and China.
Yeah,
and the three targets actually: Middle East, China, and the BRICS thing itself as a whole. Because the way it's been framed by, I know we can talk about whether it's a winning strategy or not, but as a policy position, The way BRICS is being framed is being framed as an assault against dollar hegemony.
Because of course it is. I mean, that's obvious. It's in other words, if you're the United States, what choices do you have? I mean, you know what they call end game. There's only so many pieces on the board. And that's why all the. So what? Say it again.
I'm saying I'm writing a series of books and papers about that actually. So yeah.
Okay. I'm glad a Gus professor like yourself thinks like me.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that to say that your instincts are quite right.
Oh, appreciate that.
I'm confirming what you normally say.
Yeah. Oh, what I'm saying is that because like I said, I've been doing this for probably longer than I would like to mention, but and you learn basically. When there's a lot of pieces on the board, it's kind of confusing. But the thing is as pieces get taken off the board, there's only so many moves left, and basically there's only so many moves left. So you can almost call it in your sleep. Okay, they have to do this. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, actually,
if their objectives are still remain the same,
have a choice. Yeah.
I mean, if they want to maintain the hegemony that they've had over the last, well, Europe and the United States for the last 200 or 300 years. Okay, what choices do they really have?
I mean, they have a choice, but choosing not to.
There was an opportunity, and I think in Valdai, Putin emphasized this point.
So Andre, you know about this? You know about geopolitics, sir?
A little bit of this and that.
Do you know enough to have to be in this conversation, though?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. No, you need a lot of bit, okay?
Andre suffers from Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, I know.
I know. We do the group thing stuff.
Yeah, but not at this level. Not at this level. Okay. Okay, but the thing is, they don't. If they want to maintain dollar hegemony, which is which they should have followed what Colin Powell said some 20 some odd years ago. Okay, they probably wouldn't be looking at what they're looking at. And I said this about reparations, right? Had they given black folks reparations back in 2001 instead of going on this path, they'd have saved themselves some money. Give black folks $5 trillion, have them invested on a continent, have them come over and develop a continent. You wouldn't have this problem. The thing is, you spent $15 trillion on what?
Exactly.
Could have made the black folks happy. Could have made the Africans happy. Could have made the world happy. And China would have to sit on the sidelines for another 20, maybe 25 years.
But
they
see the world burn, BJS. They said, I can't give you nigga shit.
That's exactly what they said, because Europe didn't want to give them stuff, okay? Which is
not to derail the conversation.
You're getting ready to derail the conversation. What do you know about this, man?
Well, I'm going to say that you actually had the best conversation, speaking about reparations. Cause, I've been in different spaces, and I think you've had the best conversation. You're talking about this should be a group thing, invested in.
After 40 years of hearing every reparations plan that's been hatched by black people, this is the only thing that makes sense, because everything else by black people is what Dr. T calls aggressive begging. Okay, I don't believe in aggressive begging. I believe what Trump believes in, which is making a deal. Okay, how can you leverage whatever power that you have to get what you want?
Yeah, I was just saying you had the best argument that I've heard.
Appreciate you. Go ahead, Dr. Marifa.
Oh, right. No problem.
They want in, man. Everybody wants to see at the table. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Well, you probably used to this, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to something President Putin always emphasizes, and I know even here in Australia, across Western Europe, etc., when somebody says, "Oh, Putin says this," and all hell breaks loose. But go back to the conversations that he was having with Clinton, and he was talking about reforming the sort of European security architecture. And there was an opportunity there to actually reimagine sort of American leadership in Europe by sort of expanding the tent. But that would have required a fundamental shift in sort of the thinking and almost belief system within the sort of domestic and foreign policy establishment, right?
Did you ever read Gold Dollars and Power, Dr. Marifa?
Oh, yeah.
You did. Remember that's what Eisenhower wanted to do back in the 50s. Okay.
Yes, he did.
So and he got ignored because the industrial military complex actually wanted control over Europe and Europe's industries. You know.
Yes. In fact, okay, let's say it this way.
They said it the safe way.
I was privy to a conversation with one of, I think it was Eisenhower's press secretary, actually. And he said, yeah, he gave a lot of details into what you're saying. So you're right. There's a lot of pressure to not do that. And that is the same thing that also happened within this sort of BRICS world. You know, in the beginning, there was an opportunity to sort of reimagine the role of, you know, this sort of American-led financial architecture, your SWIFTs, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Until the sanctions started flowing too aggressive. They've always been there.
Let's review.
Sorry? Oh, okay. Yeah, but they've always been there. But particularly with the Biden sanctions, you know, Obama, Trump, Biden sanctions, that opportunity was lost. Up until the Biden administration, there was always this idea, you know, okay, we can wait for another administration that is friendlier, and then we can sort of re-engage. You know, you remember with you know, people would wait out. There was this idea, okay, we can wait out the Bush administration, and then Obama comes in, and then all of a sudden we try to engage with the Kerrys and all this, and then that doesn't work. Yeah, that changed. So, you know, a lot of it is more of a lock-in of this kind of establishment thinking that is kind of locking in American foreign policy to particular outcomes, you know, and in this case, an outcome that is very confrontational with the sort of BRICS world. And that has, the reaction to that is that you're having your Russians, for example, saying, okay, now we're being turned off by this idea of engaging the West. So they've changed their attitude. The Chinese, prior to Biden, really, even during Trump's maximum pressure policy, in China, the fundamental stance towards the United States was always engage, always engage. Right?
Yeah.
That is also shifting quite fast.
Well, after the sanctions, the severe sanctions, everything changed.
Yes, the 16,000 plus 500 plus sanctions.
Yeah, that was like a red line.
Yes, and then seizing the you know, the reserves and things like this.
Yeah. When they do it in small countries, people put up with it. When like Venezuela and Iran, they put up with it. But the thing is, with a big country like Russia, that's a military peer, there was a bridge too far.
It's a bridge too far. Exactly.
And you know, like you said, I'm sure the neocons thought that that the BRICS architecture was not stable enough to actually handle and keep Russia alive, much less make it you know, actually prosper. Okay. So in other words, they thought they basically two birds with one stone.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Kill, you know, basically demolish Russia financially, make them a non-military threat. Number one, and number two, basically disabuse people from actually thinking that the BRICS or the Chinese could actually run the financial architecture. Okay. So they'd be like two birds with one stone. Okay. The Chinese can't run it because it fell flat, and the Russians are gone. So guess what? You got to stick with $1 for another 50 years because the Chinese aren't ready yet. Okay.
Yes, precisely. And then you can start to move towards
Yeah,
It
and then
was
people,
China in their
and then,
expansion.
then China has to get in line, everybody else has to get in line, and then all the monetary competition is over for the most part, at least temporarily.
Exactly, and that's the whole point, you know. So a lot of this is kind of choices that have been made
Mm-hmm.
that did not have to be made in the way that they've been made.
And Putin actually said it. You know,
Yes.
he said Russia and China were perfectly willing to stay on the SWIFT and keep
Yes.
you the dollar's reserve currency because it's been around so long, it was stable, and even though there was sticking points with it by the way they used it, for the most part, for the majority of countries, it still worked. Okay, even though there's things they didn't like about it, but it wasn't enough problems for them to actually switch over and actually start a new architecture.
Mm-hmm.
And all that changed.
All that changed. Yes, that sums it up perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and also within the BRICS world, you know, you have the big ones, of course, the Russias and Chinas,
Mm-hmm.
but then you have a lot of other countries that have significant exposure still to the SWIFT system, and so
They do. That's where the alternative cryptos and Tether and AI is coming on. Basically, you actually use actually if you can't get it through the SWIFT system, you can keep both. Okay, if you can't get it through the SWIFT, guess what you can do? You go to the alternative method. Yeah.
Exactly. So those things are also factors in that are being taken into consideration in relation to the.
Unless you got a real good question, Andre, I don't want to hear it.
I was going to ask the both of you actually.
It's got to be a real good question. If it's not a real good question, I'm gonna drop you. Okay.
It's a real good question.
Yeah, okay. If it's not, if you're not, the price of what?
The price of BTC. Do you think that's related to the current?
We said that it was. Okay. We said that like maybe 20 minutes ago. That because because you're not paying attention. You're in there arguing with flash wave instead of paying attention.
You might be trying.
Well, you said 20 minutes ago, and he was like maybe 5 minutes ago.
No, you in there going back and forth. I'm looking at the chat. I know what you were doing. Okay, going back and forth flash wave. We said 20 minutes ago. What did we say 20 minutes ago about BTC? Actually mentioned it in crypto.
I never heard it.
You did hear it because we said it. In other words, basically they're forming a barrier or protection against the coming Trump administration. Okay, because the focus is actually going to shift to them. Okay, so now in other words, financially, military, and all other kind of ways, because they're going to come against the BRICS architecture. They have to fortify themselves. How do they do that? By going into what? Going into crypto, going to gold, going to silver. Remember when I said that? Buying gold, silver, and crypto?
I remember.
If you're going to ask questions, you're going to intercede, you got to pay attention, okay? You sound like my grandson. You got to pay attention because we actually answered your question like 20 minutes ago.
Not quite what I was going to ask, but.
It is what you're going to ask. Why is crypto going up? Okay, if you're buying gold and silver and crypto, guess what's going to happen to the price of crypto and gold and silver? It's going to go up. It's going to go up. That's why it spiked under Trump, because they're trying to fortify themselves. Okay, by buying up assets that are not dollar or basically dollar protected. Okay. And what are dollar protected assets, right? Your base metals, which your silver and gold, and also crypto, which is outside the SWIFT system and the dollar system, right? Right? You get it?
Yeah.
Does it answer your question?
Partially.
No, you don't understand it. Go back and meditate on it and come back, okay?
I understand it, but I'll stop.
No, you don't understand it. I don't know you don't. That's why. But go ahead, Dr. Marifa. That's why the price goes up. It's not that hard. Go ahead, Dr. Marifa.
I have more questions to ask.
The thing is, unless it adds to the conversation that we're having, you save the questions for later, okay? Because he's not here. This is a high-level conversation, and the questions that you're asking, we've already answered most of them, okay? So unless you're really deep in, I'll give you one more question. We're really deep in geopolitics. What's the next question? If it's not, then you have to be quiet for the next session, for the next hour. Okay.
I'd rather I'd rather Dr. Marifa talk and say whatever he has to
Well,
say.
then stop interrupting. Okay. Because nobody else is. You're the only one. What's your next question?
I don't have a question. I don't want to hear him talk.
Well, then, mute yourself and be quiet. Okay. I don't feel like babysitting tonight. All right. All right. Go ahead, Dr. Marifa.
I just lost my train of thought.
I know.
Wow, damn.
We talk about the chessboard and the moves that they had to make, and basically the I think is the less advanced countries was still kind of tied to the SWIFT, and how where the architecture has allowed them to actually do both. I think that's where we left off.
Yes. Yeah. So for them, the calculus is very different, and you kind of saw a little bit of that with. You remember there was this controversy with Venezuela, right? With BRICS. And a lot of that had to do with the Brazilian foreign policy establishment, which is very connected to the United States. So.
You hear that? Well, I know you heard it because you're Dr. Marifa. You know that the Russians signed an agreement to start sending weapons to Venezuela, right? Well, I know you are. You probably knew it before I knew it. What I'm saying is, actually, are you aware of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Bilaterals. Actually, and that was amplified after what happened with BRICS. So we should expect a lot more activity on that front.
One question I do want to ask you, okay?
Yeah.
What is Brazil's resistance to Venezuela's BRICS membership? If you know, what's their resistance?
So there are quite a number of factors kind of intertwined.
Okay.
So one is there's a deep personal animus between Lula and Maduro. And this has to do because Lula and Chavez were pretty tight, very close.
Yes.
But after Chavez passed away, kind of that positioned Lula to be the sort of the leading South American figure in terms of that kind of politics, that sort of left politics. Sort of neo-revolutionary branded politics, right?
Okay.
And he did not like the idea of Maduro coming to succeed Chavez.
Okay.
So a lot of that has to do with that sort of personal beef. That's one layer.
So he would have preferred Guaido?
Yeah, because
really, okay.
Personally, he's more comfortable with that. Than
right.
He's gone to the extent of saying the last elections were illegitimate, blah 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 blah.
Okay.
So up to now, he does not recognize Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela.
Wow. Okay. So even though Guaido was more American leaning,
yes,
comfortable with him. Oh, interesting.
He's much more comfortable with that.
Interesting.
Than Maduro. But that also positions him to be this sort of leading figure for that kind of politics.
Ooh, okay, I remember it might be South Africa and Libya back in the day. Anyway,
so that's one way.
Anyway, okay.
Yeah, the second layer is has to do with Brazilian foreign policy establishment, which, regardless of which side you look at, whether it's the Bolsonaro faction or the Maduro or the Lula faction, they are very much sort of tied to the American establishment, even to the extent of the different parties. So, for example, if you have the Lula government, for example, the foreign policy establishment under the Lula government will be very connected to the democratic side of American politics, for example, right? And so, within that sort of domestic politics, it's very complicated for somebody like Lula to make big moves, particularly on an issue like Venezuela, when you have that kind of establishment, foreign policy establishment. It's kind of like you remember when Trump tried to have that negotiation with North Korea, right? And then he was kneecapped by the neocons. It's something like that. So that adds another layer of complexity in terms of Brazil being extremely connected to and influenced by Washington politics.
So Maduro is too polarizing for Lula.
Yeah. If you can think of it that way, and there's a resistance, there's an allergic reaction to Maduro as far as Brazil is concerned. And then the third layer has to do with the regional geopolitics between Venezuela and Brazil. If you look at those are the two countries that have like the potential to have serious influence across the region because of their resources and things like that. And so as it is right now, Brazil is kind of like that regional behemoth, if you like.
Yeah, the hegemon, regional.
Yes, so it's kind of like regional hegemonic politics. If Venezuela gets in BRICS, and
with all that oil,
yes, and loosens and finds a way to loosen the stranglehold of the sanctions, it will accelerate very fast. Pretty much the way Iran is doing.
Yeah. Pretty much, It's kind of hard when they're sitting on double the amount of oil that Saudi Arabia has.
Exactly, and then you don't have the sort of American tied factional politics within the Venezuelan political structure, so they can move much more decisively. And so all of a sudden, Venezuela and BRICS, instead of having BRICS, de facto you have BRICS.
In other words, the coattails go from Brazil, and it's divided between Brazil and Venezuela. So the amount of power and leverage they can wage in South America lessens.
Yes, precisely.
All right.
The influence within the BRICS architecture.
Makes sense.
So, it was a very unpopular decision within BRICS itself. And because Brazil has also a lot of focus, and this is where now you see that sort of dual politics, it has a lot of focus on G20 as well. So, and G20 is this, and Brazil has, in terms of its foreign policy, political establishment, even Lula's own priorities, if you like, he has a lot more focus on G20.
Yeah, because G20 was emerged, basically an extension of G7, where you're actually working with the West instead of being counter to them. Which even with China forced that hand right after the meltdown and mortgage crisis. So
yes,
so they're more comfortable with that than BRICS separating itself from the West.
Precisely, and you see, and it also gives him leverage in that leadership. Position.
Like South Africa. Anyway.
So there are all these motivations that led BRICS to, Brazil to say, okay, Venezuela is not joining BRICS.
Okay.
And there are two reactions to that. So one is it's quiet, but there's a sort of less confidence in Brazil, in Brazil's capacity to, particularly because they're having the presidency after Russia, to actually continue the momentum. So it's almost as if Russia, for example, did a lot of work this year to also compensate for next year.
Yeah.
So they did 2 years worth of work, so that they kind of discounted, to some extent, Brazil's presidency BRICS, and then they wait for the next one after that. So that's one. And two, there's now a lot of conversation about the decision-making structures within BRICS, because so far it's consensus based. But now, because of that veto, they're like, okay, we need to probably look at other ways to do this, because this kind of politics is what they are really trying to avoid.
Yeah, infighting. Yeah.
Yes, and so far, and also the third thing, just to conclude, that it's also highlighted the kind of diplomacy that is required. Probably the same diplomacy we saw with Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
We saw India and China.
Oh yeah, and also India and Pakistan, because they also got bounced.
Exactly. Exactly. With that kind of politics, that kind of diplomacy. It's now highlighted the need to extend that also to Brazil and Venezuela as well.
Yeah. In other words, in the black community, it's called "I hate that bitch" politics. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can't be quiet because I hate that bitch. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna do the Tanya Harding.
Yes.
And chances.
If you guys got anything pertinent, y'all can actually chime in if you got something pertinent.
Yeah, I got some questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Like logistics was my thing. And so when it comes to the BRICS, because I was reading the maritime, I think it's the Let me check my maritime executive, and looking at what the ports were doing. But it's clear to me that the BRICS effect on global shipping is causing sort of a multipolar type of infrastructure to be built, because now we got these dark fleets that are expanding in operation that allow BRIC members to operate under sanctions.
Yep.
And so, and the thing that's really important is that 11 of its members control 70% of oil production. So, Doc, what do you foresee with this kind of activity taking place? Because right now, basically, what all the news is it's up in the air.
Yeah, shout out to you, Danson, by the way. I'm very impressed with your, your anecdotes when it comes to legal procedures and things like that.
I try, man, but being in the middle of this shit,
it's very impressive. I used to actually practice way back, and those are so yeah. You're normally very like you could teach a class actually. So shout out to you.
I don't like herding cats.
Those are sheep, bro.
No, they're cats.
Yeah, those are cats. And it's like I told Dr. Tia-Son Johnson, it's herding cats in the dark. So you don't know what they're doing, and they're all black.
but their eyes glow in the dark, though.
Yeah, I don't want them looking at me.
You want something else to be glowing, right?
But go ahead, man.
Anyway, I think your question it's actually a good one. It relates to on a broader scale the implications of BRICS to the entire sort of global system in terms of this UN-led, Western-created international system of law, rules, etc., institutions. And what we're seeing with BRICS, and this is largely due to like the sanctions policy and things like that, is not necessarily replacement, but just like the financial architecture, creating an alternative sort of, like you said, multipolar, that's actually the right word, multipolar mechanism that can allow sort of economic activity to take place. Because BRICS is essentially a sort of geo-economic sort of initiative, if you like. So that has implications on supply chains, on shipping, on access to trade, on access to capital, etc., etc., etc. So what that means is you're going to have this sort of, institutions, treaties, laws, etc., that are going to be less effective because we don't have what government, we don't have what enforcement, and that concept only works in a sort of hegemonic unipolar environment, which doesn't exist. So then it requires a shift into sort of more dispersed forms of enforcement, regulation, organization of maritime activity, right? With a completely different logic. And that's one of the things that's happening right now. So, for example, I have a colleague of mine who's, I'd say this very loosely because I'm very sensitive of where they are, but they do a lot of work in the Arctic. That's a frontier area. And that's one of the big issues about how to create sort of rules for maritime shipping and supply chains and things like that. Particularly given that, like you said, that opens up a new corridor for shipping resources from Eurasia to other parts of the world. B, there's a security dimension because, particularly for Russia and China to some extent, it opens up the possibility of avoiding encirclement, security encirclement and things like that. So in case of a blockade, it becomes a little bit difficult to do if you have that open sea route like that. Now you can actually sort of implement a blockade policy of sorts. It's going to be difficult, but it's possible. They're exposed to that. So these are the kind of things that are sort of being brought into the conversation about how to govern maritime space based on rules that were made a long time ago when they did not anticipate this kind of things. They didn't anticipate BRICS. They're kind of created for a unipolar world. So we're going to see a lot more sort of under the table maritime activity, shadow maritime activity, until we transition into a much more organized form of multipolarity, which might take a very long time.
Do you think that, given what's going on with the Panama Canal, that we are looking at something more multimodal with shorter shipping lanes?
I think what we're going to have is spheres of influence and regulation. So in the Panama, for example, this is squarely within the American sphere of influence. So you're likely to see much more sort of governance organized around that sort of sphere, right? American sphere. And then if you, part of the contest in East Asia, right? East and South China Sea is about that precise issue of who gets to have that kind of sphere of influence insofar as governance of shipping is concerned and things like that. So we're going to see, it's likely, absent of any major like war or something like that, actually an extension and expansion of more shipping lanes and things like that. But with that expansion, you're likely to see much more friction.
Yeah.
Until you get a system in place that actually accommodates all these spheres. And that, which is now where we come in to try and figure out how to design such a thing. That's part of my homework.
Well, the thing is, how do you get everybody on board in the same space that solves the majority of their problems, where they can actually live with a particular architecture? They had to do that with Bretton Woods.
Thanks, BGS. That was my next question.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, you're good.
Yeah. So yeah, but that's going back to the point. Bretton Woods was created for a particular point in time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing with this institution. Just like legislation, when it's written, or the constitution when it's written, it reflects It captures a particular moment in time. Now, interpretation and judicial, political activity can extend that.
Because Britain was actually. How do you have a gold standard that was flexible enough to actually accommodate the growing population? That's what caused World War I and World War II. Okay, expanding populations and a restrictive gold standard. It's the only way to actually expand for your population has to go back and go out and take somebody else's stuff or control somebody else. So they had to figure out a way to actually. That's where you got the quasi gold system. That's where fiat was mixed with gold and the reserve currency came in. It was actually flexible enough to actually accommodate the growth. That's where your 3% growth in GDP comes from every year, right? Because you actually reflect your population growth. So now we're down to 2% because we're not growing in population as fast. So I know that's the short answer, but go ahead.
Yeah. So that would be the point. And also in the in the international space, in terms of the international politics, Bretton Woods was created before this idea of the global South.
Yes. Yeah.
So then, how do you? The challenge that they've always had, and that's a huge part of the discussions they normally have, is we've never really sorted out that issue of creating a global architecture that accommodates this sort of global South world.
Because global South was always meant to be resources that you feed off of, and not being in charge of running the. That's how come they never wanted places like Latin America or Africa to actually develop, because it would actually screw up the money system that between the West. China was acceptable because of the manufacturing potential and also the 1.5 billion people as a market. So they allowed them in. But the thing is, Africa and Latin America is actually supposed to remain just a resource center where they can actually pull from, not to develop. It's never really supposed to be developed in that sense, according to Europe, especially. Colin Powell disagreed. That's my reading of it.
Yes, and then there was also another layer, and you're absolutely right. And there's another layer which was back then the Cold War politics, particularly around Vietnam, and Kissinger's strategy, dividing Soviet Union and China,
which Quigley hated, but
So, and if you look at the sort of the motivations around BRICS, you can almost go back to the 70s and look at the motivations around NEO, and you'll see very similar things. Just adapted and evolved, but they germinate from the same soil. So, and the same applies to all these institutions that were created, the maritime, etc., etc., etc. They're designed, just like PGS said, in service of the purposes that is articulated. Now, we've seen increased shipping and all this thing, trade between the global southern countries is exploding.
Exploding.
But the rules haven't kept up.
Okay.
And so, and the politics behind the rules and the governance behind the rules has not kept up, even though the money and the economics has moved significantly. That's where now you start to see all this shadow maritime activity. Happening.
Well, it's shadow to us because we can't see it, because it's off the ledger. That's what Inside China Business talks about all the time. All the stuff that you can't see because of crypto and ledgers and stuff like that. It's not on mainstream ledgers, so we can't keep track of it.
That's what they mean by dark fleets. They're not on the ledger.
They're not on the ledger, but the thing is, they're not on the main ledgers.
Right.
Europe knows who they are because they need the products, or they need the oil, they need whatever's coming in, right? And they have to find a way around the sanctions. But at the end of the day, they still need the shit. Okay?
Right. Because goods are going to get shipped regardless.
In other words, I'm not going hungry just because of illegal sanctions. It's almost like what is it? The black market for it.
Yep.
It's like a semi-black market. It's going to cost you more.
I think that the major upset here, at least from what I'm seeing, is the means of trade. So, I mean, because we were talking about what you call it, currency, the dollar versus whatever the BRICS are using to trade.
Yeah, it's a, and I think so. It's a hodgepodge of things. It's not one thing. It's like they're still, in fact, they're still trading mostly with the dollar, believe it or not, with through tariffs.
Yeah, that much I do know. I've read. I mean, there's been enough people saying that yes, the dollar is still the global currency. Yeah.
Let's see if I can pull him. Well, go ahead. I'll pull him up because Inside China Business was just talking about this.
Yes.
Just a day or two ago. Yeah, I know you keep up with them, Dr. Reefer. So you probably know more about it than I do. But go ahead.
He was right.
Anime.
Oh, and also the effect that it has on global shipping rates, because one of the biggest problems that we've seen in shipping rates is that it's unstable. It's been unstable since 2021 or 2022. And of course, we had the spike in COVID, but now like it's just all over the place.
Your port backups never got fixed. Okay, they had to remember during COVID they had to close down ports. They had to take containers off. They had to dry dock ships, all kind of stuff. So ramping that back up hurt, and then with the sanctions, it hurt even worse. So basically, you double down on it with the sanctions. So it never can't get fixed because the Biden administration, they're basically instead of fixing it first, which they could have fixed it first and then done what they did, but they evidently it didn't fit with their timing agenda, because their agenda was 2025. In other words, what I'm hearing, after 2025, basically you won't be able to fight China at all. Okay, if you don't get them now, the window closes at 2025, and basically if you don't do that, basically 2027, you might as well forget it. So their window for actually going against China would close. But the thing is, if you think about it, right, in shipping, right, the main thing that got blown up under COVID basically is your what is it? What do you call logistics, right? Shipping, shipping things from one place to another, output. The docks handling all this crap because this big backlog of shit, right?
Yeah, we call it the executive end of trade or economics.
Yeah. So basically, you had this big backlog of supply and demand. You had the supply over here, you had demand over here, you had this big ass backlog, right? How do you clean all that up until you get back to normal? Okay, which with the way COVID did, it blew it up. It would take 2 or 3 years to actually get it back to normal, right?
Right.
Okay. So instead of doing that, which he probably could have, you introduce another shock, which is sanctions, that separates the countries, the two spheres, right? So now, in other words, now you double down on stupid. Now you can't ship the shit that needs to go from here to there, is because of sanctions, right, from certain countries. So now everything is still screwed up because you have a multiplier effect with sanctions. Which is one of the things why you have all this runaway inflation in the United States, is because COVID was one thing. You could have actually evened that stuff out and kind of ameliorated that, but things you didn't. You actually include a wartime economy and sanctions on top of that, and now everything's like I said, up in here, and everything's nuts.
Yeah, and that's the one, like when people are talking about inflation, as I was talking about in the chat. Global inflation is up around 6 to 7%.
Yeah,
and shipping has something to do with it.
Oh well, yeah. And then on top of that, then you have the Gaza and shutting down basically the whatchamacallit, the Red Sea. This in the Suez, right? Okay, that's going to impact your shipping costs. Now I have to go all the way around. Okay, and delay shipping and shipping and cost even more. So basically, I would call it a Biden clusterfuck for the most part.
That's reason why he can't stay in office. Damn it.
Yeah, but the thing is, most people that do politics don't understand it from that level. They only understand it from the level of, my welfare might get cut off, or I'm not getting my welfare because of these immigrants. That's what they understand. Or my bread is high. They don't understand why. Okay.
Right.
So, because I give Professor Black Truth, it's about racism. Okay.
That's,
I know.
sorry.
I just want to. I just want to reach to the screen and go whack up. Okay. But the thing is, like Salchi was saying, that you can't talk to the civilians anymore.
Right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
guest of honor, go ahead and finish asking them questions, okay? Because I know that's why he's here.
That's pretty much covered it.
Yeah, because that's the reason I used to slap my head when Biden started doing it, especially with the sanctions, man. I said, dude, you couldn't wait 2 years to do this shit. Now you probably would have got whoever was in office got a second term. They could have done it. Did you really have to do this now, especially before the United States gets its legs back? Because you just got out of COVID, you're going to you straighten all this kind of stuff out. You're just coming out of vaccines, people getting back to work. You're going to introduce another shock and raise interest rates on top of that. So now you need every penny that you can get to actually, fund this adventure. And then when that doesn't work, you cause another shock. Okay, it's like I'm just slapping my head. Okay, I know you don't want the Saudis to leave. Okay, you want to protect your petrodollar. But this, come on, man. It's like, okay, Anyway, hopefully, hopefully you can never be 100% sure. Hopefully, this team in here, which under Trump will actually have some level of sense and kind of even things out. Okay, I know you still got your targets, whatever they are, right? But the thing is instead of doing stupid stuff that they're doing right now, hopefully they have a level of common sense. Yeah. I think, but the thing is, that's what Dr. Reefer was actually talking about. There's no guarantee, so no matter who's in, you're going to have to protect yourself.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, especially China. So I understand that. Especially when the people that they put in, especially when Marco Rubio got announced as being Secretary of State, right? And he's a known China hawk. They said, oh shit, okay, all right. Okay, everybody out the pool. You guys ramp up the factories and keep everything going, okay? Because you got to make some moves, got to have some insurance. So I understand that. Anyhow,
I wasn't fazed by Marco Rubio anyway.
The thing is, it's not. That's why I was asking Dr. Marifa, how did because how we see him is not how they see him. Okay.
Oh yeah, I would like to hear that.
Yeah, but that's why I was asking. He said they're not as phased about the thing as they're just going to continue doing what they're doing just in case. Mm-hmm. If he could repeat it, because that's why I wanted to see how, because the appointments are actually announcing a certain school of thought in a certain direction that you might be going in. That's the only thing you can actually read by who these people are, why did you pick them, and what direction do I think that you're going in by choosing this team. Okay. Mm-hmm. Like I say, if I'm playing basketball, right? I got a basketball team, right? I choose somebody that's 7'6", right? We're going inside, okay? We're not shooting threes, okay? We're gonna feed the big man, okay? So we're changing in direction. Whether if I get somebody 6'9", okay, he's there to play defense and get rebounds, okay? And my guards and my small forward are actually going to be carrying the offense. Mm-hmm. So it's who the personnel is and what kind of offense am I going to run, or what kind of school of thought I'm actually going to run. I think that's what they're trying to read off of this. So with Trump, you can never tell because, like I said, Trump's the Joker. Mm-hmm. So reading him is hard. What do you think, Dr. Marifa? Since we kind of put you on the sideline for a second.
No, you keep going. That's actually a really good analogy. That's the reading with the signals that are being sent. Mm-hmm. Is that whatever Trump decides to do, because this could also bring smart-ship politics. I wouldn't put it past Trump to do that, but ultimately, the signals that are being... I mean, Marco Rubio is sanctioned in Beijing. He can't go to China. Right?
Okay.
So...
is he? Oh, he can't go. Oh, he can't.
He can't.
Ooh. Wow. Okay.
So that sends a very strong
so JD Vance is going to have to go instead, huh?
Or they have to appoint a special envoy of sorts. They tend to do that kind of thing.
Well, Kissinger's not alive anymore, so who's next?
Well, there you go. That's a really good point you raised, because it speaks to the generation of diplomats, foreign policy establishment that is there now. This is kind of a generation that came of age in the unipolar moment. So with this kind of politics, that's why you'll notice even some of the people who are really speaking out used to be the sort of the Cold War era diplomats who have a better understanding of engaging with different centers of power outside of the United States sphere. These guys do not. And so, you know, when you have someone like Marco Rubio, you know, you can imagine how does America's top diplomat conduct diplomacy with Wang Yi or Sergei Lavrov, you know, and who's an OG in these things. It's going to be quite interesting. So it sends a signal, a very strong signal, particularly to Beijing. And what actually they've started doing, just I think yesterday or the day before, they did a major air show and military air show, etc.
The J-35s.
Okay, enough said.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, I mean, it's not. It's public knowledge. So, yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of contracts that are signed there.
I would have asked you this, but the thing is, I don't think you can tell me. You probably know them actually importing Russian Su-57s to China. I know that they don't need them as far as defense. Do you think they send them there to actually so China can actually reverse engineer them? Or you don't have to answer it if you might know, okay? But if you can't answer, don't answer.
I can answer in broad terms.
Okay.
Without going into the specifics, I can say it this way. Right now, you know, China is in a very interesting place because, you know, they used to do the straight up reverse engineering. Now they're doing sort of more integration type so they're taking the technology. Of course, Russia has advanced technology in sort of this kind of, you know, aerospace, etc. And, you know, integrating it with China's own capabilities and then creating some sort of joint, products out of it, military assets out of it. So, and on top of that, they're also concluding contracts to do with the specific, you know, airframes that you're talking about.
Okay.
So it's more of co-development. It's kind of, I think, the Eurofighter has that kind of concept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're moving that direction because China right now has a lot of capabilities. So they're kind of adding and mixing.
In other words, if you're going to have something built in quantity, you need China.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
and also,
even though the Su-57 is capable, they can't build enough of them.
They can't, and also they integrate it with some of the, you know, advanced technologies that
China has, yeah.
So eventually, what you get, even if it's an Su-57 sort of type, is slightly different because of all these things they add onto it.
So in 2 years, we're going to see a J-57.
Can't say.
Fair enough.
What I can say is it might be sooner than 2 years.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That's what I can say.
I've been studying China for so long. It's like, okay, this shit is obvious. But anyway, I know then. What is it? China says, what is it? They said the margin call. How you make money in this business? Be first, be smarter, or cheat. China does all three.
I'll tell you this as a sort of signal to why I'm saying this. Xi Jinping himself came out and said, I think just this week, he said that, you know, something to the effect of, we don't want war, but if we have to, we make sure we are ready to fight a war.
Yeah, there's an old saying in the black community, right? Okay. I can't stop you from coming, but I can break you from that habit.
Yes. Now, he does not say those things. And if you know, and he, you know, asked his military to prepare for war, pretty much.
But Hegseth says we're not anywhere near ready. He said because they actually referred back to the military games, not the war games that they've held for the last 10 years. It said, and I think out of 50 they won one. Okay, he said it actually makes no sense with the equipment that we have. So,
Mhm.
and everybody's talking about subs and drone subs. So.
Yeah. So when he says things like that,
Mm-hmm.
and the way Chinese leaders conduct their diplomacy,
Mm-hmm.
they normally don't come out like that
No, they
unless
don't.
there's
They don't.
something cooking.
No, not.
So
It has to be okayed. Okay.
yeah,
Almost like Putin. They very seldom say stuff they don't mean. That's not
yeah.
policy already.
Particularly from the person, the number one himself.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, like when Keir Starmer was trying to, with Biden and Blinken, send those long-range assets,
Mm-hmm.
and the person who'd actually delivered the warning was not Lavrov. It was Putin himself.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, the pen was being snatched from.
I can see Biden say, "What the hell are you doing?" Not today, sir. Not today, sir.
Not today. Yeah, because typically he doesn't do that. Typically, you have Lavrov saying something.
I'm sure that joke in the office went over well. the snatching of the pen.
Okay. Go sleep, You're tired, go sleep.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, and the same is true for and particularly even more so for Chinese leaders. They don't go out saying things like this.
No.
So when they do, then something's up.
Basically, it's already done. Like I was trying to tell people when Xi actually went to the World Economic Forum and actually announced Belt and Road. I said, oh, okay, it's already further along than you actually think because he's actually announcing it.
Mm-hmm.
At the same day that Trump was actually getting inaugurated. I said, you bastard. Okay, you know what you're doing. You're telling we in other words, okay, we're running the shop. We're the boss now. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, in your face. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's you still up, Dead Set?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Have you seen this one? Why China's hiding $700 billion?
No, I haven't seen it on his channel.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So anyway, he gives a pretty good synopsis about why what Dr. Murphy was just saying about protecting assets and moving assets around and protecting the infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yes, you put one plus one together, it's pretty plain why they're doing it.
Good morning. China and the other BRICS countries are setting up a new financial system, and a lot of the trade, even between each other, is being done in United States dollars. To do that, China in particular has moved hundreds of billions of dollars out of Western financial systems and banks and brought them to banks here. Doing that is complicated and messy, especially when China earns billions of additional dollars each month in their trading accounts. There are 3 accounts in international trade and finance and macroeconomics: the current account, the capital account, and the financial account. The total of all 3, the current account plus the capital account plus the financial account, they must always sum to 0. The current account reflects a country's trading with the rest of the world, imports and exports. The capital account includes countries borrowing and lending, and outbound and inbound investment. Now, those 2 accounts tend to balance each other out pretty smoothly most of the time. So if a country runs large trade surpluses with the United States, like China does, typically they take their trading profits and they buy assets in the United States, or lend money, for example, by buying US Treasury bonds. This chart here is a really good illustration of how the current account, the trade, and the capital account, investment and borrowings, tend to almost perfectly mirror each other. This is a 40-year run or so of US balance of payments. On the bottom is the current account. They're below 0, so we're running trade deficits there. it is matched by foreign investment surplus, or the capital account, on the top. In 2021, the United States ran a trade surplus of about $800 billion, and the United States attracted foreign investment of about $800 billion. It's easier to understand this if we consider our own spending, your own household spending. If you earn $100,000 this year and spend $120,000, where did the extra $20,000 come from? You either liquidated an asset, taking $20,000 out of a savings account, for example, or you sold a stock or a car, or you borrowed $20,000, you put it on a credit card. If you flip those around, if you earn $120,000 and spend just $100,000, it means you have a surplus $20,000. And you can buy stocks or another investment, or you can put the money in the bank, effectively lending that money at interest. This is the same kinda, but for the whole economy and for every country. Now this chart runs through the end of 2021, because in 2022, everything started to go off the rails. Remember, there are actually three accounts: the current account, capital account, and financial account, and they have to add up to zero. The financial account involves central bank activity, balancing exchange rates, providing liquidity to finance global trade, for example, and it usually doesn't add up to much. But lately it's adding up to a lot, and China's the reason why. China runs massive trade surpluses with the United States, about $1 billion a day. Macroeconomic theory and history says that most of that would be invested back into the United States. China would open a factory, for example, or they would put it into American banks, lending it at interest, or they would buy treasury bonds. But the opposite is happening. Instead of buying US treasury bonds, China is a seller of those bonds. So not only is China earning USD in their current accounts, and the United States losing USD in our current account, China is also liquidating US government bonds, or at least they're letting many of them mature and taking the dollars at maturity and not rolling them over. China is also not reinvesting their current account dollars back into financial assets. China put in less than $5 billion in 2022, down from $46 billion in 2016. What's more, Chinese companies in the United States are laying off and selling off assets there. FDI was already in steep decline, and going from 2021 to 2022, it fell by more than half. Looking at 21-22 on these two charts, completed Chinese foreign direct investment and first-year FDI expenses, across all countries, China is behind Spain and Norway, even Qatar. And remember, of all these countries, it's China that has the largest trading surpluses with the United States. They have to put all those dollars to work somewhere, and it's not going into US bonds, and China's not putting it to work in foreign direct investment in the United States. And here's where things get really funky. China's global investment is rising dramatically. It rose sharply in the first 6 months of 2023, just not to the United States. Here's a chart of the 5-year current account between the US and China. The trade deficit for the United States with China hit a 2-year high in July, $27 billion for the month, nearly $1 billion a day. That red line going across the top means that since September of 2022, the United States sends $20 to $25 billion in USD to China, who is again not using that money to buy bonds, but they're selling them, and they're not investing in FDI in the United States, but they're doing so in lots of other places. Those dollars have to go somewhere, and China is moving them out of the United States and banks there and lending those same USD instead to their trading partners around the world. It's a double whammy for the United States. These dollars are actually loans to United States taxpayers. We have to pay back with interest, but those same dollars are also being used in a new financial system, generating billions of dollars in economic activity that are benefiting China and the other BRICS countries. Chinese regulators and central bankers do have a problem, though, in that it's not easy to move all that money around without US officials wondering where it went. Here's Bloomberg and an analysis by Brad Setzer, who's a former official at Treasury. He's looking at two sets of data from China. One is from their Customs Administration. That's the current account, calculating imports and exports. The other is from SAFE, the State Administration of Foreign Exchange. That's their financial account. And the numbers are not even close. And they started to blow wide open in 2022. China's trading surplus shown in the balance of payments data is far below.
No, it's the date, 2022, right?
Yep.
Yep. Interesting how that things line up, right?
What the customs numbers are. In quarter two, the difference between the two is about $87 billion. It's running $150 billion for the first 6 months. And the cumulative external surplus is about $700 billion or so. China's SAFE explains that they have adjusted the numbers and reported them differently. There's a lot of trade outbound, free trade zones in China, and there's also an adjustment for Chinese factories operating abroad, like in Mexico and Vietnam. But those would also necessitate recording capital flows elsewhere, and those aren't showing up either, according to Setzer. And so he's saying that China needs to provide more information about investment income on foreign direct investments, bonds, and bank loans. Back to the chart again, SAFE's balance of payments historically runs a little bit higher than China's customs because China does maintain a tight trading band of their currency, the renminbi, against the US dollar. And that keeps them busy. But now it's flipped the other way. And what Setzer is saying here is that China has $700 billion more than China is admitting that they have. We know that China's got the $700 billion because the dollars left the United States and never came back. And it's growing. Every day, China runs another $1 billion trading surplus, or has another tranche of US Treasury bonds mature and they collect the face value of those bonds. It's $700 billion now and rising. This trend keeps up, and by Halloween next year, the pile will be $1,100 billion. The economic sanctions on Russia in 2022, and especially seizing Russian reserves held in Western banks, convulsed the financial systems in a lot of ways, including this one. The BRICS countries love dollars, and we love giving them our dollars. What they hate now is our banks and the risks of keeping their dollars in our banks. So when you hear about doing away with the dollar in international trade, just ignore it. That's not happening. The BRICS countries love our dollars. The Chinese love our dollars. China loves our dollars so much they bring them here so they can hold them in their own Chinese banks. They love dollars so much they're selling US bonds, selling their companies in the United States and laying off workers there just so they can bring those dollars back to China too. China loves our dollars so much they have a mountain of our dollars, $700 billion high and growing. And they threw a blanket over it and they hope that we forget that it's there. This is Yangzhou in Jiangsu province. Be good.
The United States has turned into the black community.
Basically they're using what it said. They're using the dollars as a footstool.
Mm-hmm.
So bricks to actually build their own bricks, right?
I ain't gonna lie, that's pretty brilliant.
Yeah, it is. That's why I showed you this, because he kind of explains it better. No, it's 2022. They said, okay, no more bilateral trade. We're actually going to use the dollars while they're still good to actually build our own system, which I'm sure brings the United States plenty of angst because they can't get off the opium, which is profits.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway. We're gonna go. Yeah. It's something. It is something. But the thing is, that's why with the sanctions, I said I thought this. I've seen this coming since 2009 when they actually started building these systems, right? And they never turned them on, even though a lot of third world developing countries actually wanted them actually. Well, how come we just can't pay you in yuan and get off the dollar? Blah blah blah. Right? Okay. And they found a way, since we got so many of them, and the United States is still viable, which is probably why they don't want to bring the United States down, and say, okay, we could actually reverse the flow, and instead of them feeding off of us, we could actually feed off of them for a change. So
yeah, I mean, when it comes to like global currency, I still have to be handheld through it. So a lot of that stuff, like I can infer what's going on through the things that I do know, like logistics. But
yeah, he does a pretty good job of simplifying complex things. That's why I like him.
Yeah. You see, and that video was been released recently.
Yeah, like maybe a day or two ago.
Okay, that's the reason why I hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah,
because I've been focusing on Forbes. I was watching a lot of that lately.
Forbes.
Yeah, I love that channel.
Yeah, for certain things. Yeah, I try to, I try to find. This is what I've been doing over the past 30 years. Try to find people that I trust. Okay,
right.
That are accurate. Okay, and I lean on them first, and then if I need secondary information, then I find other people. But Forbes, depending on what it is, Forbes is financials usually try to stay pretty solid because you're dealing with money, but they lie too. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah. So do I do private consultations? Sometimes, okay. But you have to email me, so I'll put my email in the chat. Doc, what's up?
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, there's also just one more thing. Going back to the sanction stuff in 2022, there's another word because we had the Russia stuff, right? And then you have the Huawei. You remember Huawei?
Yes.
And all that drama is also around that period of time. So this is blowback. What you're seeing, a lot of it also has to do with blowback as well. Of this kind of policy posture.
Huawei, the sanctions on allowing the lithographic machines to be sold to China. When Obama cut off the advanced chips to China, all kind of stuff. Yeah,
all kind of stuff. Yeah, So yeah, it's pretty it's pretty big.
I mean, well, I know it's just a daily thing for you. So even before he actually came out the video, you were probably already aware. I'm sure it hits your desk all the time. probably somebody screaming at you. You see this bullshit that they're doing?
No. Or they're asking you to in theory,
yes.
If I was listening, there may be some people being asked to design architecture, this kind of stuff, but in theory.
In theory, yeah. I'm sure where you are, that you're trying to figure out a way to either work with it or counter it. So I'm sure.
How do you make this thing work even effective?
Yeah. Even though we can't stop them from doing it. So how do we make it work for us, or how can we balance this out? Because I'm sure right now I'm sure you're working overtime because they're tearing their hair out. Because, after once Trump gets in, they know they can't stop it. Okay, so how you work with it?
Precisely, and also, what is Trump going to do? That's a big question.
Man, I wish I had answers for you because I mean, there's some things I know. I think he's gonna. I think he wants to focus internally first. Okay, I'm getting that sense because he has scores to settle.
Oh yes.
So I think that's gonna be first. Okay. I don't know if I get somebody trying to shoot my ear off. I'm feel a little randy about that, man. I'm feel a little ticked off about that. So yes, I'm gonna have to get a little get back on that. So I'm sure he got scores to settle first internally. And I think after that, then I think he will focus on. I think it will focus more on what the realists really want, which is peer to peer. Because his big announcements were not external. Okay, his external was his big announcement was internal. You sons of bitches, I'm coming for you. Okay.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Matt Gaetz, I was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be interesting, man. You got your popcorn?
Oh, fully loaded.
So I think if I had to make a guess, okay, I think the first year at least is going to be internal first. I think Ukraine is a done deal because the reason he elected actually cut off the money flow because Americans don't care about dead Ukrainians. What they care about is billions of dollars actually going there to actually kill them. So
yep,
they don't care about that. So what they care about the money, especially when you got I think the two hurricanes are going to cost the United States like $100 billion. So I think Israel and Ukraine getting money is going to be a tough fight.
Yes, it's much more complicated now.
Yeah, and if you got Hezbollah hitting, it's in the news. You got Hezbollah hitting the IDF airports and bases. That means the Iron Dome is pretty weak. Because they would never gotten through. So I'm sure those two. I think this is just a guess. Dr. Marifa has nothing to do with this, so y'all don't come for him. It's just my reading of it. I think the two strikes from Iran was actually to weaken the Iron Dome, so that the Hezbollah, Hamas, and even the in Yemen could actually do more damage because they don't have anything to shoot the missiles down with anymore. So
yeah, I think a lot of that can come. Well, I was I did missiles in the army, so
Okay.
A lot of that could do with supply, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's manufacturing the IDF's arsenal.
Well, with them, with Europe, them, and the United States actually manufacturing and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
And the
Yeah.
thing is, but then you can only replace them so much.
Yeah, that's the issue, because basically what's going on is they're shooting them so much. She's like,
so much,
yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna run out. And basically, they try to probably use them up on the big boys, which is which is Iranian drones and missiles. Okay.
Yep.
And so there's less of them to actually shoot down another thing. Plus, if you know that Iran may or may not shoot at you again, then you have to save the ones that you do have.
Right, that's true.
So in other words, okay, well, they just shot something from Hezbollah. How big is it? How much damage it's going to do? Okay, let that bag go through. It's not worth shooting down.
Yeah, the thing that I'm looking at that will blow that entire region up, I'm looking for the troop movements or the mechanized movements.
To where?
Whatever strategic points that, I mean, they don't even have to go into Israel, but whatever strategic points that are in that region that will affect, whether it be anything economic, trade, the movement of peoples, or anything that will weaken that region. That's what I'm looking for, because if they're just lobbing missiles back and forth at each other, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's dangerous. And this, that, and the third.
Well, what you have is effectively is a blockade against Israel right now. So,
right.
And it's Israel's and plus you have to actually fight the wars. You have to pull these troops from your economy. Okay, they're not standing troops. They're actually reserves. These people have jobs and other kind of stuff they have to do. So when they get shot or wounded, they can't go back and work.
I mean, but basically what I'm saying, when things get serious enough, then troops got to leave home, or Hezbollah and Iran will have to move troops closer or into the interior.
Not really, because there's two ways of actually destroying a country. It's either with destroying the queen, which is the military, or destroying the king, which is your economy. Okay, right now the economy is getting wrecked because it costs money to fight all these fronts. Okay, which you do not have. And what's going to happen to your economy once it gets drained down to a certain point? Okay.
Yeah, you still got to maintain the population. That's
true. That's true. And it don't let Iran get kind of randy, start hitting the electrical grid.
Yeah, I mean, because like if they really wanted, I mean, let's just say this goes out to full blown war. After every conflict, you need boots on the ground. That's basically all I'm saying.
If you want control, the thing is, do you have enough people? They don't have enough people.
Yeah,
they're not built for this. And like I think Ritter said it. They're built for a 90-day war. They've been fighting over a year.
Oh, Israel.
Israel, yeah. It's just Hamas and Hezbollah on top of that. Okay, they can take some damage here or there, but the thing is, can you? Would you got 4 people shooting at you?
Yeah, from what's that? 3 different directions.
And yeah, yeah, internally, externally, and then the big boys. But the thing is Israel's economy is small. People think it's large. It's small. Okay, and basically what they're doing, they're doing an American style, offensive, right? That costs. Them bombs cost. Okay, those missiles cost. When you shoot up those protective missiles, which is Iron Dome, every time you shoot one up, that costs. Where do you get the money from to actually pay for them? As it has to be given to you, funded by somebody else, which is the United States or Europe, and or you get internally. They don't have the money internally anymore because it's when you move troops, move people, they have to be fed, right? So they're offensive into Lebanon, right? That costs, okay? Fuel, money, food, logistics, okay? All that kind of stuff costs. Costs in bodies, okay? To actually fight when you have to try to maintain some kind of infrastructure in Gaza, okay? You got to move people and feed them and clothe them and basically arm them. That costs too, okay? At some point, unless you're making money, which Hezbollah has effectively blockaded your blockaded your ports. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean they're economically choking you off, choking you out. That's what's happening right now. So if I were them, why would I invade?
This, I don't know. It just seems to me that if you get hit enough, you ain't got no choice but to hit back. And
To what? You can, unless you
Mhm.
can play the long game and let them, let them wither away at the vine. Which I think that's what Russia and China want. China does not want a hot war, so they would rather, with the sanctions and all the kind of stuff that's going on against Israel, they'd rather let them uh, get diminished economically.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cost of the Iron Dome right now because I know in the Air Force, the pilot would choose which round he would fire based on the cost per missile and situational awareness. So you take, I think it was the Phoenix was like $1 million per missile or 10 million or something like that, and then like a Sidewinder would be something like 100,000. So they would rather get into the knife fight and go short range.
Yeah, with guns. Yeah.
Yeah, or or with short range missiles. And so and even like when I was in the Army, because we worked next to A-Lock, and of course we had the ATACMS, and then we had just the straight rockets that fired from our units.
Yeah.
And the straight rockets were grid knockers, but they were cheap.
Yeah, that's why come the Israelis are actually bombing the population. It's trying to get the Hezbollah to back off. We're going, we can't get to you, but we can't get to your civilians. So that's what they're doing right now. So trying to say, okay, if you guys back off, we'll stop. We get out of Beirut, stop bombing Beirut and the civilians. Which if the population gets angry enough, they might make them back off. But if they don't, then you got a problem.
Yeah.
And what you're making is martyrs.
Yeah, that's the unanticipated consequence.
That's what you did in Gaza. Okay, he made more martyrs.
In fact, I think one of the big dangers there is that, let's say, if Israel is weakened enough and their enemies get the opportunity to to reinforce the Palestinians, it's oof.
I think what the BRICS are trying to do, and this is just my reading of it, right? Weaken them financially enough to where they have to do a deal, which is a two-state solution.
Well, this is one way to do it.
Yeah, well, yeah. When you ain't got no more, you got no but the rocks. Okay, you're gonna have to cut a deal. And I think Trump might be more of the president that actually cut a deal rather than escalate. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I don't care too much.
Dr. Reef can't comment on this one.
I'm speaking German terms.
Yeah. Is what I'm saying viable? Is it somewhere on the table? That's viable.
Yes,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
I think it's just the only thing. Again, just reinforcing what you said. The one in Gaza is costing about $250 million a day, right? So for the last year, I think, and that's Gaza alone. It's cost I think $53 billion. It's punched a $53 billion hole in Israel's economy. So that's a lot of money so in terms of the economic cost, and you're not even counting Lebanon and and Yemen and all these other places. Israel is paying a very high price. And just the other day, I think the Prime Minister's advisor was in Moscow to try and see if Russia could sort of try to create the environment for some sort of deal of sorts. Although the water has been poisoned so much, it's very difficult because again, a lot of these things, there's so many things that are happening. There was a meeting with the I think it's Association of Muslim States or something like that, where Saudi Arabia reiterated its backing of Iran, basically.
Mm.
Just this week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And MBS coming out and saying, this, sovereignty of Iran and Iran's airspace should be respected, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of sending those signals that the current policy, that the bets that the Prime Minister, Israel's Prime Minister, made,
Mm-hmm.
is on a shorter leash than even he thought. So, this is it's a slightly different kind of war in the sense that we might not necessarily see the kind of mass troop movements you saw in, let's say, 73, and that kind of, or what you're seeing in Ukraine, because they're almost two different approaches and philosophies.
Russia decided they don't want to fight that kind of war because Ukraine are cousins. They don't really want to destroy Ukraine and their people like that. So they're fighting a different kind of war.
Yeah, even in the Middle East, the war, the approach to war that Lebanon, Palestine are using, and Iran to some extent, is fairly different from what Israel is kind of built to model Western armies, a Western type of fighting.
Yes, yeah, yep.
Which is kind of more familiar with what you're seeing in Europe. But because of different capabilities and asymmetries in capabilities, what you're seeing from the Middle Eastern side is
a Chinese style of warfare, which is asynchronous.
Yes, yes, and you use missiles, and you use this sort of almost kind of the insurgency type style, and that's what you're seeing in southern Lebanon, which is why the IDF has been struggling big time over there. They haven't even advanced 2 kilometers in. So,
the thing is that basically urban warfare is tough. Okay, probably the worst you can actually fight. And they weren't trained. They weren't actually trained for this kind of warfare.
No, they can't. They can't.
And you can't bomb your way out of this from the air.
Yeah, this is almost like launching a ground assault in the Tora Bora Mountains or something.
Yes.
Southern Lebanon, actually, the terrain is pretty much like that. Yemen is also very similar. Iran is also very similar. So a ground assault there would be very difficult. Unlike, let's say, the Gulf Wars.
Well, the thing is, you try that kind of stuff in your Israel, your planes won't have any place to land going when they go home.
Precisely. So that's why they're doing all these bombing sorties that, that effectively meant to create domestic pressure, particularly in Lebanon.
Yes.
But what it's doing is the opposite effect. It's actually consolidating, because again, the mentality behind this war, particularly from the Palestinian side and the Lebanese and the Iranians, again, this is almost occupier. It's almost very nationalistic.
Yeah.
So they will pay the price. It's almost like Vietnam,
or like Russia against the Germans. Okay.
Yes. So that's the attitude that is there, and that's why even amongst the IDF soldiers, a lot of them are having all this PTSD, etc., and some of the reservists are even starting to have serious questions when they're being told, "Okay, go back to Gaza again." They're doing 3-4 times, and they're like, "We just cleared this. They've done all these crazy things, and now you're going back again and again."
Because they're back. It's like happened in Vietnam too, where they take a village and clear it, and had to come back like a month later because they're back. They came out of nowhere. They went and hid in the mountains and ran away. And as soon as they left, they actually moved back into the same territory.
But that's the reason why you need people to occupy those gain space.
If you have enough people.
Yeah, that's always the issue. So it's war is always a numbers game. We already know that.
Yeah,
So
and occupying a space like that costs what? Money.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have the
money and
money?
lots of resources.
Lots of resources. Okay. Yeah. We should know. We just spent what, $15 trillion. Okay. Occupying the Middle East for 20 years. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta because like headquarters battalion where I was at, ALOC worked in our section. ALOC is basically Army Logistics. That's what it stands for. And so we saw those things. We were right next to them. We saw the movement of ammunition, food, troops, the whole 9 yards. Because they came in our track to order all of that stuff up.
That's why the British focused on winning the hearts and minds of the people rather than trying to occupy them with a whole bunch of troops. You know, make them one of you. You know, so in other words, you make the Indians, the Chinese, like British subjects, so they think like you. They did the same thing in Africa because they couldn't fight there either. So what do?
Right.
You win the hearts and minds of a certain segment of people, and you know that way it cuts down the cost and the amount of people you have to go down and actually occupy it. It's
Until
better
France
than
Fanon.
yeah.
Until France Fanon comes along and say, "This is your oppressor."
Well, that they said that, but also the biggest factor was the civil rights movement.
Right.
Yeah, that's when if you look at the continent when all the countries started declaring their independence, I think it was 1957.
Yeah.
Yes.
Something like that. That's right in the middle of the beginning of the civil rights movement.
760. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the last one's like 64 or something like that. The last one that actually declared independence outside of South Africa. But
you had you had a couple of wars take place in that vacuum too.
Oh yeah, it's always going to be a war.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I think that's one reason why they're afraid of doing things to us is because it fueled the rest of the world. And had they cracked down on us like they did the Palestinians, they probably would destroy their empire. So there's always, which is the same thing that Spookily Set by the Door said. Okay,
Right.
it's not about us. They could crush us, but the thing is they can't rule the world and crush us too. You know, with this internal disruption. So anyway,
Absolutely.
go ahead.
One of the most interesting, and I think personally it was very dangerous to do. The thing that Malcolm X was doing at the time. You remember he did his tour. I think it was a year before he was removed, right? He did his African tour and all that to try and internationalize, sort of civil rights, the African American situation, and sort of really consolidate that connection with the decolonization movement. It's unfortunate he didn't get a lot of time to actually see that through. But you're right. The civil rights movement had quite the impact. There was already like a major sort of internal, but it's kind of like we get language to start to consolidate our thoughts and ideas and organize better. And so it was not a coincidence that those two major movements almost occurring contemporaneously. Although, of course, distinct details, specificities, but and then straight after independence, there was a lot of effort to see that effort die down.
Yeah. I think you've seen the same thing with the Manosphere or the Black Manosphere. Yeah, infecting the rest of the world.
Yes, and there's a lot of relatability as well.
I was looking at the was it what's his name? Aribi, I think his name Aribi. What's his name? And in Kenya, yeah. His name Aribi or Bibi? What's his name?
Kibe.
Kibe, yeah. Kibe, and the other guy is
Amerix, I think.
Amerix, yeah. Hilarious. Hilarious. They are funny, man. They are funny. And the women are not too upset about them. They said they don't know what to actually make of them.
Yes, that's true. Because
they're scratching their heads like, where are these ideas coming from? They don't understand.
You know,
At least not yet.
yeah, and it's because environment plays a really big part. You
It
know,
does. It does.
this is purely environment because a lot of a lot of women actually like, you know what? Yeah, maybe this disappoint. This I want to stay married. Hey, you know,
Yeah.
there's that cultural influence as well, you know, and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
the ground isn't there yet to have the women, all women, sort of up in arms like that. And
Basically, as women gained, because I was reading on, I think it was it had to be Reddit, okay, about the professional 30 and over women in Kenya are actually living alone and being
Yes,
independent and all this kind of stuff. They're actually mimicking their sisters in America
they are.
because they
Yeah.
can. Yeah.
Yeah. You should see how popular Housewives of Atlanta is.
What I can't stand, man, is they'll start off in English and they'll switch to the local language and then back and forth. I said, I can't follow you. Stick to one language, okay? Can you please? Because they'll start in English and all of a sudden they'll start telling inside jokes in their own language. Says, oh shit.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. That's frustrating. Deeply frustrating.
Yeah. But the thing is, it shows environment, timing, and all that kind of stuff, which I try to emphasize. In my branch of the Manosphere is environment and timing. Okay, what's the most effective thing in and timing point in the environment that you're in? I was trying to tell that to Kevin when he first started. I said, okay, I know what you're saying. The message is right. The thing is, it's waiting for something. When COVID came, this is what it's waiting for. This is your time. So talk your shit, sell your high value guys in your program until the environment kind of lessens. Because they're telling how much time you have to actually sell this. Okay, I think he had more time than he actually had, but I was thinking maybe a year or two, and we're still going. So, but he made his impact. He jumped right in and made the impact. You know, so. He struck while the iron's hot. I said, make them bitches pay. Okay, don't let them off the hook.
Yeah, you even got white boys out there calling him Saint Kevin now.
You know what? I knew it as soon as he died. Right? I said, you women are actually going to go and celebrate his death and make him a saint. Okay, that's what you did.
See, what happened was this.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, they didn't appreciate Kevin was the nice one.
He was.
Yep.
I'm
he
not.
was the nice one. I tell people like, Charles, you're such a nice guy. No, I'm not. I'm an honorable man. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I come with he came with flowers. I come with a battle axe.
I come with a belt, so I'm not going to kill you.
No, you don't have to kill a person with it.
But I don't have to save you either.
I don't have to save you. That's what I told many of people that when, oh my God, I don't know who shot me off. So okay, yeah, you know my body cam ain't on yet. I tell people a lot of this shit. Like y'all, I'm like this. Y'all bitches are getting all hossidity because Orange Man back in office. And I'm like, I had friends and family who quote unquote disown me. I said, don't worry, I ain't shit till you need me anyway. But here's my thing.
Well, because they had no idea what was going on behind the scenes with the Biden administration.
I said, if you really thought this dizzy bitch was worth half a bucket of shit, that makes me look down upon you.
Yeah, like I said, mostly it wasn't about him. It was about her. It's about him. They didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, this is the part. I told this one person, and they just got their doctorate too. I said, I'm going to explain to you, doctor, and this is a relative. You're getting emotional about shit. And this is what happens. You are the example of why black people can't get ahead. What you mean? You're too fucking emotional for your own fucking good.
Yep.
You don't even know how the world really works. It's like what did Jack Nicholson say? You need a motherfucker like me.
Because you need me. You want me on that wall.
Oh, on that wall, yeah.
You need me. You know why?
Because there's always a rough man doing violence on your behalf. Because bitches like you are too scared to get out your fucking bed and do it on your own.
The thing is, if women go to the developing world for a couple of weeks, man, just get out of the hotel, go to the neighborhoods, right, and see all the walls and fences around properties, right? Okay, there's a
A
reason for
couple of
that.
weeks. A couple of weeks.
Well, I said,
I rebuke your intellectual prowess. Give them a 2 days.
It'll take a couple of weeks to actually sink in.
No, give them 2 days because when just let them overnight just walk through the alleys, and there's no sewer system.
Oh yeah. But basically every place you have has a wall around it. Okay, surround these walls around their houses. I said because it's called protection. Okay.
What happens when? Here's the only thing about it. They're worried about all these people doing damage to them. Last time I checked, it's more dangerous for bitches to travel with other bitches lately, huh?
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. If the environment is not suited for them without outside the tourist area. Okay, get outside the tourist area. Yeah, it's a whole different story. You don't want to be out there by yourself. Okay.
A lot of chicks. I'd be like, y'all fake tough. They'd be like, what you mean we fake tough? I've been in fights with dudes. Did he swing back? And when I mean swing back, he didn't try to push you. He didn't try to hold you. I mean, he tried the right hand of God and take your head off your shoulders.
Yeah, the only reason women nowadays swing on guys is because they don't think they'll be hit back.
I tell them, I said, I'm not. My parents did not teach me that you're a girl. They taught me that you were a threat.
Yeah, and normally the guy hits back out to defend himself, not to aggress. I look him straight in the eye. I say, "Go ahead." But see, here's the phone. Call the cops first. Okay, why? Get me off of you before I kill you. Now go ahead. You call them and then take your first swing. Go ahead.
I have 2 females who tried me.
Yeah, you didn't hurt them, man. You just let them know this is not a good idea.
When they woke up.
And you didn't hurt them, okay? You just
I didn't hurt them. Yeah. I was like, you know what? Body shot here, and then one hit me with something in the back of my head, like a pan or something.
Oh, okay. You deal with them. Okay.
And I'm like walking out the house, like she's arguing, and she just took a pan, and I'm like, don't hit me from behind because I didn't know what the heck.
Well, the dick shouldn't be so good, man. That's the problem.
Well, neither should have right hand either. Should.
Yeah, well,
and I'm the peaceful one. I'm like, and you know what happened? He hit me, Ma. What did you do?
Oh, okay.
That was her mom said. What did you do?
Well, you were younger. Okay.
Yeah, you're way younger. And she was like, what did you? He asked her, what did you do? She was like, what do you think I did something? She like, I know Charles. Charles is peaceful.
They know. We got about 15 more minutes, man, and we're gonna jump out of here. We're at the 4-hour mark. So
I'm just looking at this environment shit because I'm like laughing. Like I've already told people, I said you're gonna get a throwback effect, you know. Peg stuff. You're gonna get a little bit of a throwback.
A little bit, because the thing is, you still got to go through Congress. He can't do this unilaterally. Okay,
no.
He still got to get his people in place. Got to go through confirmations. It's not going to be easy. But the thing is, he's already been through hell, so he didn't care.
He doesn't care. He's already, his theme song is "Through the Fire."
Nah, it's many men.
Yeah. That's the Kanye West "Through the Fire." Cause that motherfucker went through brimstone. God damn.
Okay.
And I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, Charles beats up on women." No, I do not. I am the most peaceful, docile creature ever. Just don't hit me. That's my rule. Don't hit me. You can yell at me. You can cuss at me.
It's the same thing. And he said, "But I will put you in the hospital."
I tell people all the time, oh, you want to do that to a man? Bullshit. I tell them, I said, no, my parents taught me very well. If they both, a man, woman, or child, bold enough to put their hands on you, you show them why they shouldn't.
Yeah, yep, 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 yep. It is what it is. That's like this. In fact, I'll have to. I think I'll do that video tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. I can do it tomorrow.
Which one?
There's a chick in Canada, Nigerian chick in Canada, talk about how Nigerian couples are actually coming to Canada, and then the women are actually calling the police on their husbands and getting divorced. Okay, and how the environment is changing these women because the laws are different. So
I just wrote that in Dr. T's Facebook post. Yesterday?
Yeah,
because these dudes were arguing about black women this and black women. It's like, dude, no, that's not it. Any woman, as you heard me say it before, BGS.
Yeah,
a woman is a woman. It's a woman. It's a woman. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the environment.
The environment. It's the environment.
Yeah, and then the Nigerians are worse because they get taught by the sisters that are here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, when Nigerian women, especially ones that come over here, are really into American culture or Western culture.
Yeah, and then they can't get their weaves on straight.
No, because I hear them talking. Okay, they said, okay, they sound, other than the accent, they sound just like them. Okay.
But the other thing about it too is like, not to go too far off the deep end, but it's like when you talk about like women's suffrage or feminism and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Polly Murray, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. It never dawns on them that the majority of the women who lived during that time, although life was hard, were happy relative to their conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's just like when I hear people talk about Middle Eastern women and how they're so oppressed. And I was like, have you gone over there and spoken to them?
Yeah.
They happy as shit.
Yeah. They're satisfied with what they have.
They're happy. Those are some relatively happy women.
Yeah. You didn't have feminism until the Industrial Revolution.
Right.
I have
when
to ask
the environment changed. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you this one question, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
If you could ask Polly Murray 2 questions, what would they be?
Ooh, okay. Why did you show us white women actually do the right thing? That's number one.
Yes, a big.
You never thought somebody would ask you that question. That's a good one, huh?
That's number one. Yeah, and number two, okay. Number two, you know damn well that the black community is a matriarchy. Okay, why do you deny it? That's 2 things that I would actually ask you right up front. Those 2. One is about giving control over the civil rights to white women. Okay, trusting they will actually do the right thing.
And do you think she would actually answer?
I think she would because she's arrogant like that.
Mm-hmm. I always notice. Have you ever noticed these intersectional feminists are not the most attractive women?
The ones that we meet, yeah, but there's a whole one. The ones that don't announce it.
Yeah, and it's funny because I always ask women. I said, you know what? It's funny because they talking about. I swear to God, it's always these type of women I see on my Facebook or my Instagram.
Yeah, those are the ones that are loud about it. Yeah,
they're loud, and I'll be like, that's only because they say dead men don't R-word, and I'm just like,
some are fugly, man. Let's keep real.
I said, first of all, and a couple of them were the twins I met at BlurCon, and I said, do y'all read? I said, at some point, we're going to check the educational system. You need to take whatever certifications, whatever degrees, whatever diplomas you got, wipe your ass with them and kick your teachers in the teeth, because obviously you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It is. They don't. But things. Look at Cheyenne Bryant, right? She's not ugly, but she's an intersectional feminist.
She sure is up there in age, and she up here. I might do content on that because I find some interesting things been flowing with her.
She's a ghetto.
And Corey Holcomb opened a new can of whoop ass on her.
She's a ghetto princess, pretending, but it's okay. But the thing, she's using intersectional feminist talking points.
In other words, she's trying to change men.
A princess that eats the carpet. Yeah.
I don't know if she's carpet, but they don't have to be carpet to be intersectional feminist. Well, she might do it. They're telling she.
You never know because she's a certified man hater.
Yeah.
I don't think she's.
No. Let's address it. She don't hate men. she wants a certain type of man, and
No,
she'll stay along with him.
okay. I'm Californian. She's from California. I know Ghetto Princess. She thinks she's better than men. That's why. She don't hate them. She thinks she's superior. That's why she talks to Cam Newton and what's his name like that.
You can.
Yeah, because she thinks she's better than them, which is most black women.
Yeah.
That's
It's,
why.
you know, God put me on this earth for one thing. Every time I meet a chick who think they're better than me,
Mm-hmm.
and I always ask this question.
Yeah.
Well, why weren't we married? Why would I marry a man who didn't marry his baby mama? I said the same reason. Same reason you want a man to take care of your kids, but his father didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they get shocked when I say that. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty women, pretty black women, actually the worst because they think. My daughter's the same way. Okay, she thinks men are here to serve her because she's pretty.
Wait till she get a load of me. Shout out to the chick.
It's real because her mama thought the same way. It's like we never got married. I'm not here to serve you. Okay. I dealt with pretty black women. They all think the same way. Okay. I'm not here to serve you.
I told this one chick. I said, "Did you know who was supposed to?" And they, especially when they think they're Christian, because most of them usually do. And I said, "Which one of us was supposed to be the helpmate?" Well, I said, "So wait a minute. God doesn't prepare a husband for you. He's preparing you for a husband. The reason why you're not married is because he's not going to let a man touch an unfinished product."
And I know what they said. They turned their head and said, And I don't agree with that.
Guess what? You don't agree. You don't have to agree to gravity's here, but hey, you can jump out that window and see and test the theory.
They might jump out the window. Okay, they test the theory. They do their dumb asses sometimes.
Either way, guess what? Darwinism at its best. Yeah.
And anyway, last subject, last thoughts, Dr. Reed, where else you get out of here?
Hey, Did said you got me on Facebook.
I don't know.
Put it in the back chat, man.
I'll just put my Facebook in the back chat because you'll be entertained by some of my bullshit and shenanigans.
We always are.
I know you see a couple of my. I know you see a couple of my posts, man.
Yeah. In fact, the relatives were telling me about the guy that my daughter just met, and I was just shaking my head. I tell my daughter, I said, "Pretty's gonna run out one day, baby. You gotta make a choice." I said, "You're 36, okay? Pretty gonna run out, okay? You gotta slow this shit down and
you know what happened.
Look at you and said, I'm the good looking one. I got my looks from you, daddy. I'm never gonna stop."
I tell her all the time. I said, "You better be glad I had you by a pretty mother." Okay.
You gotta remember.
On my feet.
So
you gotta remember, pretty always turns to pretty for insert age here.
Oh yeah. She had to find that out the hard way. Because like she was Bria Miles, okay, back when she was young. So.
Oh really? That's nice. And you know, Charles looked at Bria Miles.
Pretty face and a big ass, okay, big black behind, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely about to go down your route, BGS, because I got a pretty daughter, and
yes, sir,
she is already started.
Oh yes,
it's just like God damn.
Has she tried to use her manipulation games?
She's testing out the attention. Okay. What kind of currency it is? No, she's doing it on little boys. That's the problem.
Yeah, she's doing it on little boys, and the reason why I know it is like last night I was on a Zoom call with her.
Mm-hmm.
And she's, you know how the Zoom has like the lipstick stuff that you put on and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she's got her hair all done up, and like, the hell you over there looking googly eyed for?
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "No, I'm just looking pretty." And then her brother would come in there and do what little boys do.
Oh yeah, tell on her.
Yeah, or try to get her in a headlock or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
And I was like, "Get off me!"
Yeah. Trying to keep you grounded. That's what he's trying to do.
Yep. So I'm watching and I was like, "Yeah, I seen my sisters go through with this. I got to deal with you."
Yeah, look what my niece is going through. I said, "Oh, Like I don't like my father be like, well, you can't judge. I said, hey, call me Judge. I said, call me Judge Wapner. I said, I don't have to tell him much. You got 3 babies out of 6 kids, and 3 of them still in diapers.
Yeah. You'll be
2 of them
shy.
don't rest.
You'll be shy and bright. All these proposals, and you're 42,
Mm.
and they still want to come back. Shut up. Sit down.
No,
Okay.
yeah,
If they were that good, you would have married them. Shut up.
Yeah, and that's we're gonna use your mouth for use, baby, and keep pushing.
You know
Oh
what always,
yeah, target practice.
Maybe open your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Stop it.
you know what always happens.
You know
You
women.
always try to talk about the proposals, but you never talk about the man that proposed.
They never do. Yeah.
Well,
If he was that dude, you'd have said yes. Or you did say yes and didn't go through with it. So
yeah.
You see, my goal was to get my kids out of here, but of course, making this shit hard. So
I looked at one of my exes. I guess he got a new man because her ex-boyfriend, well, her daughter's ex-boyfriend showed me the picture. I said, I still talk to her. I said, I don't pay any mind, even though she's mad as shit Trump won. I don't pay about this because, again, I said, first of all, for a person who's supposed to, I swear to God, man, dealing with black women for so long makes me very snobbish towards the educational system. It ain't worth shit.
It's there to train workers unless you're on the top level. Yeah.
And one of the problems that we're running into is that it's sort of failing in that job now.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Of course.
It really is.
Yeah. And, without this, I don't know what went, well, I do know what went awry, but I think that the old model, which was, of course, racist, but the old model was a bit more beneficial. But then, you had people going into industrial level jobs.
Yeah.
And not this whole service thing.
It was pragmatic. So basically, they teach more soft skills because that's what women do.
Yep.
And women can't learn math and all the other kind of stuff the same way boys do.
No.
Because with most guys, it's not straightforward.
Yeah, and then the other part that really bothers me is the fact that they removed the natural purpose. And I've always stated if we don't move deeper into our humanity, we're fucked. And we're sort of seeing this with the birth rates because there ain't no real.
It could be nature doing what it does, and when populations of creatures get out of control, there's controls that set in and cause the population to actually decline. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, that could be possible. Yeah. I think. But it doesn't answer for what's going on in Europe because they may have more people, like in Britain, you got more people per square mile because of a smaller landmass. However, that doesn't track. It doesn't correlate to other countries where they're facing the same things where you have.
Well, it depends. The countries might have more room, but where are the people congregated at? Are they congregated in the countryside or the cities? If they're congregated in urban areas, the effect will be the same.
I mean, but it doesn't solve for the lack of fertility problem.
Well, it's not fertility; it's the lack of desire. There's a couple of things going on, right? Because you have women working. Okay, is they're throwing away 80% of their fertility because they're not having babies till after 25, probably after 30. Okay, and if that's the case, they're probably only going to have. If that's the case, they're only going to have one.
Yeah, but we still have to deal with the white male sperm rate problem too.
That is true. Yeah. That's probably another factor, which means interbreeding. The thing is, you wouldn't see the same effect in Korea, in China, in Japan, in Latin America. You wouldn't see the same effect. So there's something else going on.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, closing thoughts, folks.
Well, white sperm should be declining anyway. That's the sin of the sins.
Well, it is what it is.
And like I said, black men, we will rule again one way or the other. You're going to
we already know the time and the date. Dr. Riff probably could tell you probably down to the second, okay, when it's going to happen. We're already on the ramp, so which most pro-blacks don't even consider that because they don't actually look at it.
But it was you're arguing with the pro-blacks. That's why he played.
No. What I argue with them. The thing is, they don't argue with me because they don't have any data, and I have all the data, and I have all the arguments. So they actually shut up and move on because I'm fucking up their game. So,
Yeah.
Well, my closing thoughts of this. I'm looking at the new Department of Justice to see how far they're going.
Oh, okay. How whether they can help you, huh?
Well, not even just me, because I've already, like I said, Maryland just started doing what they were supposed to do back in 2022.
Okay.
And that's briefly, had I got divorced a year later, I would not be in this situation that I'm in now.
Okay.
And so those new rules did get started at the beginning of 2022. But now that, we got Trump's Justice Department coming in, they decided to start enforcing them.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, and then, when you compile that on top of like what's going on in the General Assembly, with, of course, the mandatory asking if you want paternity test, if your child is born in the hospital, there's lots of things going on that favor men. So
it's time. So it's time to start pushing these agendas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now is the time to do it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get Dr. T and actually do more content since you're gonna get a friendlier YouTube now because they're kind of scared what Trump's gonna do.
Yeah.
So they're not going to strike people like they now in the next few months.
With Trump, if you listen to what he said, is if you censoring people for basically no reason for the most part, right? Then they're gonna label you a different as a publisher instead of a platform.
Yep.
Different laws and different restrictions that you have to be underneath.
So he has put that in law. He has to make that official.
It's
executive order.
Executive order because it's already on the books. You can label whatever you want, and
All right. So
it's a pretty easy First Amendment argument to make.
It is.
We should wait.
It just hasn't been enforced.
Well, we should wait till you put executive order and enforce that before you start.
They're already scared.
Yeah.
Because they know he can enforce it.
They're scared, but until he puts in laws.
No.
It's already, okay.
What's being said.
Listen, Chaos. It's on the books already. Okay, they're just not enforcing it. Do you understand? Do you get it? Do you understand? Now say yes if you understand.
All right. Yeah. All right. Bye.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm out.
All right.
It's one of those things where I guess people need to listen more than speak.
They have
it on the books. They just never enforced it.
3 times, but that didn't register. So that's why I say yes if you understand, because I don't want to answer the same question again. Okay, because it's been answered. It's been asked and answered. Just like with the thing with the. After we talked about Bitcoin and silver and kind of stuff, Andre comes back and asks the same damn question.
Yeah, that gets old, kid.
Yeah, because you weren't listening, okay? And stop the whole production to ask about Bitcoin. So just answer that, okay?
My God.
Like I wish I had like a paper wad. He was in class. I actually throw it at him when he's actually doing something else he shouldn't be, not listening. Hey, man, pow, right in the forehead. Listen up, because you're asking a dumb question in about 5 minutes if you're not listening.
Like, what in the motherfuckeries?
And this shit is complex enough if you don't listen, man, because this shit is really complex. We're trying to simplify this stuff as much as possible. So
I'm just hoping. I'm just like this. Hey. You got my vote of confidence. Shit.
Well, the thing is, what did Thomas Sowell said? There's no solutions, only trade-offs. Okay, hopefully the solutions are worth the trade-offs that we're actually going to have to face. There's going to be trade-offs somewhere.
Oh, there's going to be trade-offs. I'm just willing to be like, look, shit. You can't do much. Like you took away my super chat. Took away my fucking audience.
Yeah.
You reach out to the Uncle D, Charles, for that now.
Yeah. I think there's going to be more people reaching out to Uncle D now since there's a favorable climate.
Yeah. And that's good. That means Fresh Fit can now get back their money back.
It would, yeah, probably. You know, probably. Anyway, closing thoughts, folks. We got to get out of here.
Hey. Smoke weed all day.
All right.
And Dr. Marifa?
No, you first. What's the closing thoughts, sir?
You know I'm a man of very few words. I don't have
Well, then we'll use them.
you know.
Okay. No. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Doc.
No, thank you very much, Chaos, Charles. I'm sure you're gonna have a nice toast. BGS.
Thanks as always, man. You know,
Yeah,
because you confirm a lot of stuff that I'm thinking, but you actually confirm it. You know, in a general sort of way.
In a general sort of course. Yeah, we're still not on. We haven't reached January 20th yet. So.
No, we have not. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of moving parts in between.
Oh yeah, you can expect it for sure. But
and with the Donalds, you never know.
That's the thing. Yeah, with the Donald, yeah, you don't know if they're gonna get the duck.
you do not. Where you're gonna get which Joker you're gonna get.
Precisely. But thank you again for extending over and above and beyond. So I appreciate that. I've been listening to your shorts as well, the short videos, the clips.
Okay, appreciate you.
They're very, very cool. Sharing it around with.
Always a pleasure.
Who is this? Who's that Negro on that nag? Okay.
Who's that Negro in them leather sandals?
You know those sandals that are made from tires and things like that.
Oh, those are the best though.
Yeah,
they
never wear out. Them bad boys, they never wear out.
Yeah, I thought you'd not know them though.
You know, he's like one of them guys. Like I beat my kids. I put out fires and I grill with these.
Oh yeah. Especially if they're still belted on top of that. Yeah. They never wear out.
Yeah, that's for the ashy blokes.
I walk a mile in these sandals. Okay.
You know, on a side note, BGS.
Yes, sir.
I just had this guy. He like, what's your link to your channel? And I sent him something on Facebook. He like, it sounds interesting, but I ain't subbing. And I just laughed at him. I never needed you to do that. You act for it. That's like the audacity of these Negroes, the ashy.
I just want to laugh. I just want to just look at a different link and just watch the shit without sub. Okay, that's fine. You're not doing no harm. Oh, and a guy wrote in the chat room said, "Does the doctor have a doctorate?" I said, "We don't know."
He's a doctor of he's a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Yeah, no. They're talking about the chick from California. Not
oh, I don't. It's from I forget what it's in, but thing she's got a doctorate from an online university. I think that's where it's from.
Trump University.
But they don't know what online university.
She named it. If you look in her bio, she named it. The thing is that
some people looked at it and they couldn't verify that.
Well, it's because the university is not there anymore. Actually closed down.
So she has no doctorate in the guy in the chat room. That answer your question? There you go.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And I'm gonna have a toast to you. To use Jermaine's and Jeffrey's up here. So.
Yeah. Keep an eye on them for us, man, because I know I know you have the behind the scenes about what's going on overseas, and that's probably more important than what's going on domestically, because people think that what's going on here is the most important thing, and it's not. At least not right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's implications also that exactly. Downward implications in the domestic, particularly for the US.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so
why is my bread good so high?
You know,
how come I got laid off my job?
I don't know.
Why are we sending money to
Yep.
In a hurricane. No?
How come the price of coochie went up so high?
The price of coochie is falling.
Yeah, no, but some people say one chick charged me. Oh, you got scammed, my nigga. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, you didn't debate. Yeah, you did. You got
You got scammed, my nigga. You see the black
you didn't even get the local price, man. You got
Yeah.
the
Charge
tourist price.
extra. I say, damn.
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
scammed. You can't be that dumb.
Oh,
First of all,
he'll learn. You know, you learn.
Yeah,
You'll learn. Get your head
not
knocked.
very
I always advocate, man, don't pay for it. Because if you're not really that good, don't throw no money. Because they're gonna overcharge you.
The strippers are going broke, man, right now. So
Yeah,
the
but
price of coochie going way down.
Yes, you know, some of them, they could smell the bitch in some of these dudes. Yeah, I could get a good lick with this nigga.
Yeah, well, but they're far and few in between. We have a simp recession
Either they're desperate, they're just gonna spot out.
Well, the thing is, there's far and few in between, man. You have a simp recession right now.
Yeah, well,
recession.
You do. Look it up. Look it up. Strippers going broke, man. It's all over the YouTube right now. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God, we're gonna have to start a T-shirt with that.
I worked. I got naked the whole day for $40.
That's great, baby.
No, it ain't. Not when you used to making $500 a day. You know, it's not.
No, but that's great. But the man said, "Damn, we pay 40 for see you get naked. Maybe we could go online and see it for free."
Okay.
Per head.
It's similar to what's going on with McDonald's, right? And French fries, right? People are not buying French fries anymore. They actually air fryer and frozen fries right now. So
yeah.
So basically, it's already crashing. The thing is, that's like they're trying to go on this celibate fast, right, to keep the prices up.
Yeah, that's
embargo. But the thing is, you don't get no more dates either. So anyhow, all right, folks. Real quick. Go ahead. No. I don't know why you talking all of a sudden when we're getting ready to go, man.
I know. I'm in my next shift. I was saying this. The air fryer, is it really healthy using that? I heard a rumor about that shit.
Rumor about what? I mean, all of this is heat. All of this heat, man.
Yeah.
The only time it's not healthy is when depending on what the material that is cooked on, right? When you scrape it, when you scrape it, you actually scrape the particles loose, okay?
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just hot air.
Okay.
Just heat and hot air.
All right, that's some BJs. Let's go to bed.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, Doc. Don't be a stranger, man.
As usual. See you in the main corner.
And stay ashy, Jeffrey.
I'm getting it on. And I have a velvet bow tie on.
Oh my God. Sandals and a bow tie. Oh my God.
Yep, and it's velvet. All right.
Yeah. I'm getting a picture in my mind with that. You got shorts on too?
Oh yeah, you know those little tiny, khaki colonial ones there.
Okay, what kind of jacket? Is it black jacket, white shirt, black jacket, or what kind? Or what goes with the tie? With the bow tie?
It's Troy's jacket from Fences. Yeah.
Oh shit!
My man said he gonna look like he in a Shakeup video.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
BTS, you want to take my money too?
Oh, you can't read, okay? You can't read.
I can't do the bills. Hey, I'm low information, by the way.
Yeah.
Rose, I can't read.
Nope.
Oh, well, I got pissed when he said that. See, you bitch. Been married to this guy for 20 years. He can't read. See, you bitch.
Nope.
Yeah, that makes you angry. Like you couldn't teach your own goddamn husband to read.
To read, yeah, because you need him to be helpless. Otherwise, he could leave you.
Yep.
Tell you the wickedness of this bitch. It said, "I'm not gonna teach that. I want you to be my slave, my servant. Be a dumb servant to me."
All right.
Get the hell out of here, BGS, before you.
I'm gone. All right.
Thank you.
Where's the theme song? Here we are.
Yeah.
Bring out the cats, guys.
Muzyka Denis 7.